Okay, here we are, doing the adventure for the new Sorcerer Supreme. Team ups listed above. Pangea. First team up is Aaron and Benny Best. The Sorcerer Supreme contest is going to require, in case anybody needs a reminder, a Master Wizard, and they're allowed to bring a Guardian with them. Nobody knows what the contest is about to be, but you're allowed to select who you'd like to be Guardian for. The Wizard's allowed to select, but in your guys' case, I'm just going to let you pick, because as long as they're not going to kill you, they'll probably let you be their Guardian. So, Pangea, who are you going with?
I guess I'll go with Carnexa.
Okay. Can you write these down, Aaron? Speed, as you do them?
Yep. I'll put Daybreak down with the Lola.
You got it.
Daniel, you are you here?
Yeah.
With volume? Nice. Okay. What about you? Who you want to partner with?
I wrote it in the
I see.
Discord. Sorry. Mago, Doom, or Proteus.
Okay. Dr. Doom is going to get his own Guardian, so that's out.
Yeah, he's probably picking his reality alteration check. Hacks.
So you pick one of those two, or you can roll a D100, and high can be Proteus, low can be Mago. Okay. Pangea, Carnexa. That leaves us with Autopsy. Who's he going with? What's your guys' opinion? Who should we send Autopsy with?
He might go with Clea.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, I think I forgot to write Dormagus on here. There's one more guy, by the way, it's Dormagus. He's one of Doctor Strange's apprentices. Apparently his third apprentice. Aaron was the first. Then Delilah was actually technically Clea's apprentice, but it was sort of like a shared apprenticeship. And then Dormagus, who had a brief apprenticeship, only like a year. So, are you sending with Clea or... Actually, honestly, Clea might end up with... Well, I'll let you guys pick. If he wants to go with Clea or Dormagus, it's up to you guys.
Well, what were your thoughts on who Clea might go with otherwise?
Probably Wong.
Yeah. Wong's a magician too, right? He's just not a master.
Yeah.
And yeah, she would probably go with Wong.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I could also see Wong going with Dormagus because he might need more magical advice. As he has the skills but lacks the experience.
I think that I'd rather Clea have a better chance than Dormagus of being the Sorcerer Supreme, but I'm not sure who would give her the greater advantage, Autopsy or Wong.
I would probably think it would be Autopsy, because Clea's not lacking in magical knowledge, as she's been a part of that for hundreds of years. And she has the magical skills, so I don't think Wong would support her that much.
Right. Also, his proximity to Ireland, he could support magic.
What do you mean, proximity to Ireland?
Because she's from Cork Academy, right?
Clea is not.
No, magic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean an autopsy with magic. Yeah, that would make sense, too.
There's another option.
Magic is pretty powerful. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think Clea should go with autopsy. Or vice versa, rather.
Okay. Okay, we'll go with that then.
Am I missing any team-ups for today?
Delilah with Daybreak, Aaron with Benny, Carnaxa with Pangea, Clea with Autopsy, Gadgeteer with Mago, I believe. Okay, I'm going to write these down. Delilah and Break.
Since I'm classist, I put the wizard's name first.
Yeah. Briefly before we were summoned away, Delilah would come to you, Aaron, and be like, "Okay, so what should we expect from this? I've read that there's these tournaments for the Sorcerer Supreme, but I don't really know what to expect."
Well, they are hosted by... One sec. By the Vishanti. I had a dream once, because this was not in this universe, where it was a combat arena, and the surviving mage became the Sorcerer Supreme. But beyond that, that's all I know.
So all the order mages in the world are summoned for this?
All of the masters.
You like nods?
Sorry, what was that?
She just nods. She
Oh, yeah.
hasn't picked up what you're saying.
Be prepared for a difficult fight, and keep your wits about you.
Oh well, I've trained a lot more, but I can't see myself beating yourself or Clea. But I'll give it my best shot.
Sometimes a reserved strategy can be effective.
And Dr. Doom and...
Yeah, she'll later on see Daybreak. Be like, Daybreak, have you ever been in like a tournament or anything like that? I've never been in something like this before.
No, I can't say that I have. But it could be fun.
Well, hopefully, I guess. I'm not really sure what a magical competition's going to be like. Aaron says it's just going to be a big fight.
Like a big free-for-all brawl.
Aaron said he had a dream it was a big fight.
Yeah, I've read, that it's supposed to establish, the most adept and strongest mage, so they can become the Sorcerer Supreme, the protector of our dimension. Just a little confused on the details of how that's established.
You should entreat the Vishanti and ask.
I think you would make a great Sorcerer Supreme, even though I don't really know what they do. But hey, Hey, I'm here to support you. Whatever you need, I'm there. It sounds like a blast.
Oh, thank you, Daybreak. That means a lot. I've only recently achieved rank of master, and honestly, I still feel like I'm a little in over my head with some of this stuff.
Hey, and you know what? That's the thing that makes me want to support you the most. You know you don't know everything, and you can still learn. You're malleable. It's awesome.
You're a perfectly viable puppet.
Let's do this. Let's go kick some serious magical ass, okay?
All right.
All right. As she says that statement, there is a sudden burst of magical energies around. Daybreak, you feel it because you're somewhat in tune. Your abilities come from Asgardian magic, a parallel dimension to this world's. And what you see is a burst of magical energy. You feel it around Delilah. Delilah, you notice it as well, and you suddenly are caught by surprise. You try to resist for a second, starting to cast the spells, but it overpowers you almost instantly and forces you through into an alternate dimension. As that happens, you see. We turn to Aaron, who has the same experience. However, he has experienced this once before, knowing it is the call of the Vishanti. You are all summoned through space and time and dimensions to another reality, and where you see the mages that I've listed before all arrayed around you as you appear in a black, spaceless void, of which out from in front of you 3 massive heads form, and you see their glowing forms, godlike and awe-inspiring. It is, a bit intimidating, faced by essentially unlimited magical abilities. As such, you look around, taking notice of the mages all surround you, powerful master mages. You are a bit shocked, I would suppose. Delilah, as you realize that they are not order mages. In fact, just barely half of them are.
Yeah, Delilah is immediately taken aback by this. She tenses up. She's almost ready for the fighting to start right now.
Yeah, and as you look around, you scan it. You notice Ankra is standing there. You see Morgan Le Fay. You see most of them look. Some of them look as though they've experienced this before. The others, some look confused. You see a woman in green robes. Aaron, you recognize, I think, just about everybody there except for that woman. But you know that she appears to look like Dr. Druid's outfit. So that's kind of what you see around you as the Vishanti speak. And they speak out in a cacophony of voices that all say the words at the same time, but have 3 very distinct sounds. One that sounds sort of like a growl, a low growl. The other that is deep and mighty, and the final that is soft and almost lilting in its tones. And they say, "Welcome, mages of the Earth Dimension. You are the greatest master wizards of your time and dimension, and as such, we, the Vishanti, have summoned you to compete for the title of the Sorcerer Supreme and the benefits from which the benefits and responsibilities, which are then aspects of the title. There's this quiet murmur for a moment as people kind of like say some things to themselves. Delilah, how much do you know about the Sorcerer Supreme position?
She's only really aware that it's like the protector of the dimension. You know, she's seen Doctor Strange work his butt off to protect the realm from magical threats. That's kind of what she thinks it is.
Okay, so as you say that, as you're kind of standing there, you Aaron turns to you, and I'm gonna Aaron, you relay this information to her, having realized perhaps she had never heard of it, but the Sorcerer Supreme has a couple aspects to it. They are sort of the focal point of magical energies in the world, in a way. They are the protector. Their responsibilities established by the Vishanti long ago is to protect the boundaries of the dimension. Their responsibilities do not extend necessarily to the well-being or the care for the creatures or lives in the dimension, but for the actual dimensional integrity itself, right? So that is why you see many Sorcerer Supremes that are dictatorial rulers or sole beings in their dimension. They have wiped out everybody else and reclaimed the magical energies themselves. But the Vishanti are, for some reason, no one knows why, concerned about the boundaries, that the dimensions don't blur together. Okay? But they don't directly interfere. Some dimensional entities try to cross the boundaries. So that's the responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme. It's a prestigious title, obviously, but additionally to that, you become capable of channeling the greatest amount of energies. You become stronger as a magician, and you have access to greater amounts of universal energies in lump sum, and your livelihood is your life is tied to the dimensional boundaries too. So if the dimension goes without a Sorcerer Supreme, the boundaries weaken. Okay? So, summarized, you get stronger, you get a lot of responsibilities. And at that, one woman steps forward, an old lady. Aaron, you recognize her as Agatha Harkness. She is a Salem witch. And she says, Mighty Vishanti, I am the sorcerer Agatha Harkness. I do not wish to take part in this and forgo my right of challenge. And there's a burst of magical energy, and she disappears. You see a few other wizards. That list that I gave you is kind of like the pared down list, and about 20 other people poof themselves out of existence by forgoing it as well. At that is left, you guys get a good view of it, and the Vishanti say, now, those of you that remain, the challenge will be as thus. We have created for you all a dimension of which you will be responsible for the next week. Within this week, the dimension will be yours. You will be as two gods to these creatures. And during that time will move differently from your own dimension. Years and years shall pass, but only 1 week, and 1 week of your life will be lost. During that time, you must preserve your dimensional boundaries. You are permitted 1 guardian. Cast a spell of summoning, and it will bring them here. Those of you that are unprepared for a guardian would do well to discuss to any allies you may have gathered. Okay. And it's that the group, the organization, the whole mess of people break up into one large group and scattered individuals. Aaron and Delilah, you guys are kind of walk over to a focal point of all of the well-known mages of order. So you've got Dormagus, Mago, Clea, Aaron, Delilah, Brother Voodoo, in one large group. Dr. Doom and Morgan Le Fay seem to be discussing something. Enkra is pushing forward and sort of like intimidating almost the smaller woman of Dr. Druid as they discuss, and the Dr. Druid looks to be like a cornered rat. And the remainder just kind of wander off, including Magic and Proteus, as they seem to be looking for a secluded area to summon their ally. You all take notice that perhaps sharing information is useful, but having these people will all be your enemies eventually as well.
So
I do a mental handshake with the orders of the wizards of order.
Yeah.
And that's it.
yeah, for Delilah, Aaron, you can see that she is at this point totally like pale, and is like muttering a bit, going, "She can't be here. She's dead."
I stand in front of you and block your vision of everyone else. I put my hand on your shoulder and I say, give him hell.
She looks up. She looks genuinely terrified.
Well, listen, you're not in danger here. Well, you are, but the Vishanti are in charge, even if they tell you you're in charge.
You don't know what she's like.
Well, then set up perimeters in your universe against her.
Yeah, she meekly kind of nods. You haven't really seen her, like, she's been nervous before, but she's kind of a bit of a wreck at the moment.
And Aaron has never met Ankara? I thought we had an encounter.
Yeah, you did. You helped kill her when you dropped the. You were there when they dropped the satellite on her from space.
Right.
You helped drop the satellite on her from space, and then she got taken away by Seth, right?
Right.
Right, James?
Yeah. Well, her soul got taken away. Her body was still there, and you helped get that destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Aaron doesn't really have much else to say about seeing her. He's seen some stuff. Magic can do a lot. For better or for worse. I feel like you've seen plenty of it by now to know that nothing is ever truly final.
She can't win, Aaron. You don't know.
Then focus and don't let her win.
Yeah, beyond.
Roll intuition, both of you.
That's a 92. Excellent.
Right, Aaron, you are eagle-eyed as you're keeping an eye on. You're keeping a lookout on everyone around you, and you notice off to the distance Baron Mordo looking at the two of you, and he smiles. And Delilah, you are shaken. You're just not paying attention to anything else in the world.
Yeah.
You see Dr. Druid, the Dr. Druid look-alike, scurry away at this point from Ankara. She looks back at the two of you, smiles real big, and then wanders off on her own as well.
Alright, so I know who's going to be trying to go into my dimension.
Okay.
I say, I try and impart some magic that I know about, like, detection and stuff. I'm sure we'll have some extra powers while we're there that'll help us notify of instabilities in our dimension, but I try and impart whatever tools and tricks I can.
Okay, as you're giving that rundown, you get a whack on the back of your head from, like, a staff, Aaron, and it rings the helmet.
I turn around.
You look straight ahead, and you see nobody, but then you look down, and you see the old man, Carnaxa Lily, and he says, you are such an idiot. Why are you trying to redo such basic formulas? These have been in use for thousands of years. Why don't you just tell them like we did it in the old days?
I chuckle, and I was like, somebody's just all nerves. First Sorcerer Supreme competition.
Well, let me tell you here, young lady. And he walks over and like whacks you. He walks over and whacks you in one of the shins. It stings. And he says, I've been in 15 of these and lost every time. Maybe. And then somebody else shouts out, "There's no way you've been in 15. There's only been 2 in the last 4 centuries." He says, "Well, whatever. It feels like 15.
You take 1 hit point of damage.
And he says, "But don't you worry. Just because they can kill you and split your atoms and see that you never escape from the Vishanti realm doesn't mean that you've got a lot to worry about. It's very unlikely that these things happen." I've only seen it happen 4 or 5 times. This format's pretty unusual. Aaron, I don't. All of my apprentices are pretty much garbage these days. Oh wait, no, he doesn't call you Aaron. He says Tim in front of all of these people. He says my apprentices are pretty much trash these days. They're just not meeting up to my standards. So, do you have anybody you would recommend?
Let's see. I sit there, I think for a minute. He's very... Everybody who's come into my mind is like gone.
It was the list from before. Remember?
What?
It was the list you made. This is Carnaxa, your boss, your master, remember? You wrote the list up, just up above in the chat.
Oh yeah. I tell him about Pangea.
Okay. He says, "Oh, a rockman, excellent. I'm very good with earth elementals. I'll just reshape him a little bit, make him some bigger, probably. You know, I like my protectors big. Maybe he was a 30-foot tall giant. You know, he could just smush that old Proteus under his foot. I'll get him. At that, Clea has come over. Dormagus is walking behind her, and she says, Aaron, actually, she doesn't look well focused. She looks a little scattered, but she's trying to pull it together. She says, Dormagus will be uniting with Wong. Do you have a recommendation for me as well?
I stand there, I think for a moment, rubbing my metal chin, and I send an image of autopsy to Clea.
She nods. Brother Voodoo, you see Dr. Druid kind of over there, and like noticeably to you all, you summon an earth spirit. It's just kind of some sort of rock creature, golem looking thing. And then Brother Voodoo comes over and he's talking to you all. He's like, I am planning to bring apart an ally of mine from the southern United States. Best of luck to you all. I will make my summon elsewhere. I will let you know that if it comes down to one of us, we may the best mage win, and I think we would do well to not let it go too far. As he nods to you.
I just express my agreement.
Yeah. Yeah. So at that, Delilah, Aaron, you guys make your summons. You got the three of you, the remaining master wizards set up a force field to kind of protect each other from prying eyes. And you make your summons. You notice that Mago seems to summon he tries to summon someone and it doesn't work initially. And you hear the voice of the Vishanti say, this person is not within the earth dimension at the moment. And he curses a little bit, and then he makes a second summon, and you see Gadgeteer appear in front of him. Clea pops in Autopsy, and then Delilah.
Yep.
You're summoning Daybreak?
Yep.
I'm giving you the last chance to back out and leave her.
Wow.
she
Just wow.
summons Daybreak.
Okay.
And then when Daybreak arrives, you just see Delilah looks like really shaken, and she just goes, Daybreak, it's bad.
It can't be that bad.
There's a lot of extremely powerful evil mages here, and one of them is my mother.
What? What?
My mother, she was supposed to be dead, but she's here for some reason.
Well, this changes things a little bit. But, you know what? Use this as your opportunity to show her you're just better than she is. I'm here for you. We can do this.
We can't fight her directly. Daybreak, you don't know what she's like.
Then we fight her indirectly. There's a way around everything. She was stopped before, right? A few times, right?
Yeah, by Doctor Strange and his friends.
Okay. Well then, guess what? You wouldn't be here if you didn't have it in you to be the most amazing Sorcerer Supreme ever. You have the chance too. You can do this. I've seen you do some incredibly amazing things. You have more in you than you think you do.
Okay.
You can take a deep breath, count to 10. Come on. It's right now. It's all about your front. Show them your fighting face. Don't let them see you. Be scared.
What's your war face, Delilah?
Let me see your war face.
Yeah.
Yeah. She tries to like recompose herself. And what's up, Z? You're teamed up with Clea.
Autopsy? Jordan?
I just hopped on, so give me a second. I'm getting everything pulled up.
Okay. Pangea,
I don't want to give you a second.
I'll be sending some messages in here in the chat too, so if you guys, like, Daniel, if you got something minor to say, you can put it in there and I'll respond while other, because we're going to have a lot of player and player interactions, because you guys are basically pairs, right? So we will have a lot of player and player interactions, and then we'll have some non-player player interactions, so, actually, I guess...
Is this the Sorcerer Supreme?
We should have, maybe we should have moved Benny with somebody else, then we could add 2 players and 2 players, That could have worked pretty well. Actually, you know what, Aaron?
What?
Why don't we switch this? You want Clea to have the best chance, though. No, why don't we switch this out of ease of use and put you and Autopsy together and Benny and Clea together?
Okay.
Oh,
Dude, that-
Wow. Would feel betrayed by that.
I think that would work pretty well because Doctor Strange died to save him, so if he protects his widow, I think it would kind of help redeem him a little bit.
He's got a lot of proving to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Plus, it would limit our number of splits in game, right? So we wouldn't.
Right.
So instead of having to have 5 groups that we have to manage, we would now only have 4 groups, which would speed up our ease of play.
Okay.
Oh, also, Aaron and Autopsy haven't ever teamed up together.
Yes.
In larger groups. So.
Yeah. So
You're talking like a serious power team there.
there we go.
All right.
Yeah. And Aaron wants to win it, so.
You'll get to punch so
want
many
Aaron to win.
people. You're gonna be punching so many people.
Oh, this means Autopsy and Daybreak are going to fight again.
So who's in actual contention for our Sorcerer Supreme?
We got a list a little up in the chat. You will notice some big names, including Akra is here.
Oh, what? No, shoot.
I know, right?
Oh, dang it.
There it is. Oh, Speed beat me to it.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of bad people.
Yeah, the number of technical order mages are. Remember, Carnaxa Lily does not technically count as an order mage. Well, I guess he does. He's Atlantean magic, but that's not really order. It's sort of, but he's not even allied really with them. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 technical order mages. Because Dr. Druid with the nature magic is technically order. If she is like the old Dr. Druid.
What about Baron Mordo?
Chaos.
That was Doctor Strange's murderer.
No.
Yeah, I don't
No, it
think
wasn't.
He's not order magic.
It wasn't Baron Mordo. They killed him.
Who was that guy?
He died.
Some chill.
It was an ancient enemy of Doctor Strange's master, the medieval master of magic.
Baron Mordo is Doctor Strange's old rival.
Yeah.
And he's evil. He's evil.
Oh, it looks like I don't have his name listed on here.
For some reason, I thought it was Baron Mordo.
It wasn't.
Who was attacking that temple.
It wasn't. It was
The ancient one. No, the ancient
it
one.
Age-
said-
Yeah, that's the guy.
It was like Kikelius or something. That might be him. Kikelius?
I remember him looking like Stone Agey.
Yes.
There's like a Viking, like a caveman.
No.
No, he was a wizard still. But
But yes, the competition is we have to protect our own little mini dimension.
Okay. So we've each been paired up to have like our own dimension, or like our own sorcerer that we have to like protect our dimension.
I can't remember his name. I'll look. I'd have to go back and watch that player. All right. Watch that video. All right. So there we got it. Yeah. So Carnaxa Lily summons in Pangea, and he says what I wrote above Pangea. He says, "Greetings, rock monster. Greetings, rock monster. Do you swear servitude to the master of magic, Carnaxa Lily? Grunt if you can understand my words."
It's a little presumptuous.
Alex? Alex? Oh no, he's not here.
BRB says.
Oh, okay.
No, this is me. I was saying BRB.
Alright, okay, so we got all the introductions done. Everybody's teamed up. Okay, Clea summons Benny, and Benny's, kind of presents his sword for him like a old-timey knight. And Clea says, "Excellent, I look forward to working for you. My husband, excuse me, saw a lot of potential in you, young man." And at that, a few moments pass. The Guardians disappear. So all of you that have appeared as Guardians disappear for a second. And then the Vishanti speak once more. The three figures floating up above say, "We shall send you to your fragmented dimensions. Good luck." And at that, you all disappear. All right, and when that happens, you are whisked away into an alternate environment where you are looking down upon a strange solar system. Right? You see a large sun about the size of a marble in front of you, and yet you see these grains of sand like planets floating around it. And everything seems to change scale as you look at it into a view that is easily noticeable by your eyes, as you and your guardian now float far above a scale model of a solar system.
Okay.
Into the magician's mind, you get some information instantly entered. Actually, it's put into the minds of both of you, and it is what it is telling you is that you are now the Sorcerer Supreme and Supreme Being of this dimension. You have the ability to notice any dimensional fluctuations or transgressions upon the dimensional boundary. And additionally, you have the ability to control and manipulate time. All of your spells will work. Yes, everything is at a vastly powerful level compared to the beings within. And you have sort of godlike power over their lives, and as you do see that, you see a group of what appears to be humans living on, depending on your group, the second to fourth planet in the solar system, at a probably 17th century, 18th century technological level.
Delilah will try to question back. It's the people in this, they're just a magical reflection, right? They're not real people.
There is no answer. But Delilah, you can look forward at them and you can see them breathe. You can hear their heartbeats. And if you use telepathy, you can read their thoughts. So, yeah.
The Daybreak?
Yes.
The
You can do that.
people here, she's holding it very carefully.
You have the same ability, Daybreak, by the way, except for the telepathy, obviously.
Think these people are real? And now I'm really worried about them.
Well, then we do our best, right? You've got this.
Okay.
This is about protecting them.
You know that the default speed is seems to be about 72 times normal Earth speed. So one day passes for every 15 minutes, and you have the ability to raise it up to thousands of times that speed. So you could do a year in 15 minutes. And you can also reduce it down to the slowest it can go is 3 times speed, which would be 3 times speed to 3 times speed. So 3 times speed is one a day. So 3 times is a day every 8 hours. All right. A default is 1 day every 15 minutes. And then finally the highest one would be 8,000 times.
It's like a day every 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll go with.
And I'm assuming that my speed is the same relative to my understanding of normal speed, regardless of the speed of the...
Your speed is the same as their speed.
Okay, gotcha.
But you will not, as they said, that you will not age or have any effects of more than 1 week real-time passing.
Right, but I experience it as that many years.
Yes. Though you realize that you've almost currently lost concept of time other than an abstract thing. As you were watching days fly by in front of you, hours pass by and the planet circles around this rotates, you realize it really means nothing to you except for an abstract idea that time is moving.
Gotcha. Alright, so if we've begun, I see what resources I can create and what spells and items I can use in order to monitor the progression of the galaxy. Otherwise, I'm mostly going to stay out of the lives of the individuals if I can.
Your reach seems to extend to the end of the solar system, and that seems to be the limits of the existence here. So you've got Aaron. You can just make a note of this. You've got 11 planets, and your people are on the 4th planet.
Gotcha.
And then you've got a yellow sun. Delilah, you've got you've got 8 planets, and your people are on the second planet. Okay. Pangea and Carnaxa. You've got 12 planets, and your people. Alex, are you here? No, he's still not here, huh? Okay.
You want me to ping him?
Yeah, or something. I'm gonna message him.
All right.
Alright, let's see, who do we got? Delilah did it. Gadgeteer, you and Mago are floating there. All your devices are working again now, and he looks at you and nods, and he does that, you can stretch your vision out to the very limits of the solar system. You see the same thing. You can hear their heartbeats if you wish to. You can watch the blades of grass grow on the planet. It's very Earth-like, and it's essentially Earth in the 17th century, ish. 17th century, so 18th century. What did I say? 17th or 18th? Whatever.
You said 17th, 18th.
17th century. So it's like Christopher. It's like settling of America, early colonial era.
Does everybody use like gunpowder, or is this like they have like crystallized taste dust that they like pack into muskets and blow that at people?
It's very normal. They were using they got early gunpowder. A lot of people were running around with halberds and pikes and swords, wearing breastplates and stuff, and then they've got guns too. So, but you look down at it, Gadgeteer. You guys have a 9-planet system, and your people are on the 3rd. Got it? Daniel, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, that is your guys' situation. You have a limit of the solar system. Any of your effects can reach the limits. You have the magical spells that you know. You don't have any new ones, but their effects limit to the edge of the solar system. On the effects of the actual solar system, you can do any spell over excellent can affect the entirety of the system. Okay? So if you wanted to, with a sweep of your personal telekinetic energy, you could destroy everything in this reality.
Do that.
Is this what the Sorcerer Supreme really gets?
No, not necessarily, but you also are aware that these creatures, if they become aware of you or find you, they could technically affect you, but their abilities currently are so minuscule that they would be unable to hinder you with, they're unable to even affect you.
Yeah.
Right.
Delilah will look to Daybreak. Be like,
So,
we will start with Delilah and Daybreak, then Aaron and Autopsy, then we will do Carnaxa and Pangea, and then we do Mago and Gadgeteer.
yeah. Delilah looking to Daybreak goes, well, I've had experience with having a lot of power over others before, and frankly, Daybreak, I don't know that I like the idea of like affecting people's lives for it. I've seen what magic can do to people, and I've always agreed with Doctor Strange that frankly normal people are better off without it. So I don't know that I don't want to do much down there. What do you think?
No, I like the hands-off approach. Just be, you know what? Just be their goddess, a nice benevolent goddess, and let them live their lives.
She smiles and goes, well, I don't really think of myself like that. I'm just...
Well, for right now you are, at least for the next week.
Oh, that would make you one as well.
Oh, I already knew that.
Yeah, and Daybreak, if it isn't clear, a single one of your light blasts could incinerate the entirety of this universe.
Gotcha. Okay, no, like, melting 3 stories off of...
Yeah, so,
You can scale, but I mean, you
like-
guys have such fine control now. You're fine control that if you wanted to just zap somebody right now and just melt one guy on your planet Earth, you could.
I think I'm gonna live and let live at the moment.
Yeah. So Delilah and Daybreak are doing the stand and watch strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to do anything for the people, really, right? Other than just protect the dimension. Yeah?
I mean,
So let's just do
Delilah
that.
probably like watches some people and then gossips about you, about their life once she's like more comfortable and bored.
Gotcha. Alright.
She's like, oh, there goes Dave again.
I would also say there is one other thing. If you guys wish to, you can shrink yourselves down, and don't have to be these abstract entities right now. If you want to go and live on that planet, I mean, you can. Right? If you want to just become a normal-sized person to them and go have swashbuckling adventures on the high seas, you can.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, except for you're infinitely powerful.
Do you try to tempt Delilah into doing that?
Yeah, effectively,
I would totally try to get the lion to do it.
effectively, any of your abilities are times 100 here. Okay?
I think you said that.
Oh, wow.
So if you have a 50, you're at 5,000. If you're at typical, you're at 500. Right?
Okay.
Wait, so can you put that power conversion in the chat?
Yeah. Rank times 100. And that's the conversion ratio. So if you face against another being, your conversion ratio is negated. You're back to normal. But in terms of affecting this solar system, you're times 100. So if
Dude, I'm a beyonder.
yeah,
Sick.
you're not a beyonder technically, but you are
I mean, I could go toe to toe with one of them.
you would be going toe to toe with eternity or death. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, one of you, like the magician, is essentially eternity here, and the non-magician is death here, right?
Oh,
So-
wow. Yeah, let's get her pissed off so she goes to Berserker and has a monstrous agility.
Yeah.
All right. So, Delilah, Daybreak, what are you guys doing?
For a while, we're probably just watching, but eventually Daybreak probably convinces Delilah to go have like sea adventures or something.
Oh, yeah. It's totally like Greek mythology, like Zeus and Hera and all that, and just hanging out with our people. Come
Right.
on, it'd be fun. It'd be awesome.
Write up a little.
I think the gods did a lot more than that. Are you guys talking about like true replication of what those guys did?
I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's your world. I mean, if you want to fall in love with some of these people, I mean, you can live the life, man. You could live thousands of years here. I mean, one day every 10 seconds, so that would be, how many seconds is in a day, guys?
80,000, so 86,000.
Oh, that's no wonder I had 86,000 as the original multiplier. Or 8,600. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would explain it, yeah.
one day every 10 seconds. Okay, so that would be 86,000 divided by...
I mean, 8,600 days, so you're looking at 20 years a day.
So yeah, you guys could do 20 years a day, and do more. You could do a lot of years. 20 times 7. So don't know why this is hard. 140 years. You could cover 140 years full time. It has no effect on you whatsoever. So you just turn up the speed if you want. All right, so you guys jump down there, and you know what? Shrink yourselves down, and you start going on adventures. Daybreak, Delilah, write up some of your adventures. What happens, and next we will go to Aaron and Autopsy.
Okay.
I think probably Delilah and Daybreak speed the thing up dramatically. maybe not to full speed. I don't know if they care that much, but maybe to full speed because they are going to want to have to cross oceans on sailing boats, and I imagine Delilah will get bored.
We get by, with various hijinks.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
write up Delilah and Daybreak. What are you guys up to? Just kind of give us some adventuring stories. As
See, I keep trying to talk Delilah into taking the throne as the sun goddess, and have everybody worship at her feet.
so 1 hour will pass. So you guys tell us what happens in that.
140 years.
Yeah. So 86,000. So that's seconds divided by 10, which is 8,600 days. And 8,600 days divided by... So you'd finish 23 years a day. So in 1 hour, you're finishing 1 year. So tell us what happens in that first year, Delilah and Daybreak. Meanwhile...
You can move over to the others. We'll come up with hijinks.
Yeah, you just write it out in the chat. Aaron and Autopsy, what are you guys doing?
I think at first, Autopsy is like a little, taken back by the entire situation. I mean, he's had a lot of his own, theological issues and feeling, kind of powerless at different points in his life, and then all of a sudden he's dumped into the position of God. And I think it's especially kind of where he's at now in his personal life. I think he's, really perturbed by all of this. Doesn't feel super great about being here. I think he says as much to Aaron. He's like, I do not feel at all qualified to take on the role of a deity.
I understand your hesitancy, but reminder that our goal is simply protection. You have always been a protector, Autopsy. Even when you've had your tough moments, your goal has always been protection. So, I think you should reassess what it means for our current situation and try and apply it there, but now you have the power to protect the universe instead of just one group of people.
Oh, that's good. I like that, Josh. I think he chews on that, mulls on that, and then he nods. He goes, okay. Yes. We don't have any idea about the nature of the threats that our people are going to face here, correct?
I've told you all I know. The Vishanti have given us this power. And this of course, Jacob, is happening right at the beginning while we're still and I've slowed down time for our conversation. And I don't remember where I was going.
He was asking you about the Vishanti and what kind of threats you were going to face.
Yeah, and my thoughts are that some of the other contestants might attempt to break into our own universe and cause havoc. So I think that we should start by, of course, setting up protections that you're unaware of, because you're not really that into magic. Right. I chuckle as I say that.
Yeah. Cigarette and nods.
And while I do that, I would like you to live amongst the people to better understand their beliefs and instill beliefs as a community leader of preservation of the universe as a whole over self. And see if that meshes with their current beliefs and how it can.
Okay. Do we have the ability to teach these people how to work together against extra-dimensional threats? That would be that might be valuable. Maybe we can guide our people to. He's already saying our people. He's like, maybe we can guide our people to become a civilization, a world civilization of leaders and protectors, so they'll be prepared when something comes. That's good, Aaron.
And so I want you to go in and see if that's something that's even possible. And I will set up protections, and I guess Jacob will need you to tell us, what his time with the people is like.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Jake, what I envision is he's going to come down. Oh, this is pretty screwed up, but I like this. He's going to come down as some kind of, you said this is like, yeah, so I think Autopsy is going to kind of look the world over and find a situation where there's like a great evil that's about to happen, or like a great tragedy that's about to happen, and he's going to step in and kind of like prevent it, and maybe people will be shocked and awed by it, whatever, and then I think kind of almost like this makes sense because this is Autopsy and his like weird hang up stuff. I think he's going to be like a pseudo messianic kind of figure, like sort of like living among the people and learning what the value systems are, who the power players are, and then he's going to, through the acts and the abilities that he has as like kind of a super being, going to try and gain influence in whatever like the power player is of the world right now, and then be guiding and shaping of like, hey, here's like the ethics of the super powerful. You can use your power to abuse, but that's not what we're gonna do. That's not what's right. And he's going to try and build up a belief system of protecting and defending innocent people, and training oneself to be prepared for like the worst that could happen, and like looking out for each other, kind of thing. Like instilling his superhero ethic into the civilization.
Okay, so you're going to drop into there and explore that world, kind of save a bunch of people from a terrible catastrophe.
Yeah.
Which
use that to kind of gain influence.
And I assume you're just going to speed up. I think we're probably just all going to operate on max speed, probably, unless you have to slow it down for some reason, so that you can not. That way, things don't change in the world dramatically.
I do want. Yeah, I'm going to speed it up as fast as possible, long enough for us to create our influence in the culture that we might need to exist if we are defending the universe on the planetary scale. That way the population might work with us, similar to how heroes of modern Earth might step in and fight like Galactus or something.
Okay. So on the prop page, there are a bunch of files and a link to Asgard's Fantasy Map Generator, and I've just generated some worlds for you, so you can just pop those in, and that is the world. You can do whatever you want with it. If you make any big changes, just save the file and drop it back into the text and send it to me again, and I will take a look at it. I'll have them all open.
How do I use the map?
Download it, and then on that website, load it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Alright, and those are your world names. Okay? So, Xessa, I guess, is Delilah and Daybreak. Mjolnir is Aaron and Autopsy. Dare is Carnaxa and Pangea. And Docellus. Docellus is Mago and Gadgeteer. As you go and explore the world, you notice that the world is, as I described, about 17th century. No major catastrophe happens that would threaten a large portion of the population. There are some fairly large wars that go on, but nothing World War style. If you now, as you think about this, you do have a thought. You could just push an asteroid from the outer solar system at the planet.
Try and threaten, make everything seem really bad.
Yeah. The people on both of the worlds, all the worlds, have no concept of magic. They have no specific religious or they do have some philosophical systems, but they're very primitive. They don't really have much in the way of philosophical or religious systems. They seem to have some sort of spirit worship. The world, they worship in the world and stuff like that. Technological progress seems to be pretty static over you guys have probably watched a year or two at this point. They have no knowledge of magic, and none of them appear to be mutants or superhumans.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you explore the world, you just kind of wander through it, and the time passes quickly, and then you realize a year has passed. Meanwhile, Aaron, you were kind of hoping to prop these people up and kind of turn them into superhumans that could defend themselves from Galactus-like entities, which is basically you guys, right?
Yeah.
I guess we are Galactus-like entities, yes, but I want to make sure that they're fit as a people without responsibilities at this point.
Yeah. They're pretty generic humans. So, of the 16th century.
So it's all the same foibles of regular people?
Yep. You're shocked. I mean, a year passes for autopsy down here, and it doesn't feel... You don't change very much as a person. You don't develop a lot of new thoughts. It's like you were living a life, but only a day passed for you, but you experienced a year. Right? It's a very strange...
That's really weird.
It's a very strange experience, but you have adopted like a child, like you got, taking care of an orphanage by the end of that year, and you ran off some local marauders, and
And Aaron has been.
You notice that Aaron, Evie still works, but without the capabilities of accessing the World Wide Web and all of the modern technological wonders. She is basically limited as she just talks to you and can zap stuff with radio waves, and that's just about it. Her knowledge and capabilities
she has the translation ability too.
Yes, but you don't need it. You realize you just speak every language that's there.
It could be a very advanced calculator.
Yeah, she's not as capable, as normal either. Her intelligence has been dramatically reduced with the loss of the access of all the information. So instead of her normal remarkable intelligence and her multiple bonuses to skills, she has a +1 in all of her skills, and she has a good intelligence.
Okay.
But
the same personality and stuff, right?
Yeah, but she can still blow up the whole planet with a radio wave blast.
Yeah, right.
All right. So, Aaron, what were you doing during all this time?
I've been fortifying and observing the universe with magic.
Okay.
I might.
You quickly put up some barriers, some protective barriers. It should help keep other things out, but you realize this dimension has been designed in a way that will allow access, and you realize that it's set on a time period, which Delilah hasn't really noticed because she's setting up mock Sorcerer Supreme challenges and teaching people how to use magic and stuff, and having swashbuckling adventures. But you notice this place is set up on a time frame, and you realize that around midnight on every day you will likely have some sort of incursion. Additionally to that, this place is built around some sort of fragment of some sort of greater entity. It's like, you know of Eternity. It's like someone killed Eternity and split up a bunch of
Split
pieces.
him up?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is a tiny marble-sized fragment. Or maybe they just cut a piece off of him. So, those are both things you pick up pretty quickly. They're not very hidden from you. Almost as if the Vishanti wanted you to know.
Okay. And am I able to set up any sort of planetary-sized expelling magics, like as what am I trying to say? Like, because, obviously, structures can be used to siphon magic and energy of the universe itself in order to deal with invaders. Am I able to do that on a planetary scale on the planets in my dimension?
So you're just trying to expel any sort of magic that's already active on those planets?
No, I'm trying to use the planet as a conduit for the universe and my own magic to help expel any incursions.
You can tap into that level of magic easily. It doesn't really assist you, as it's so weak. This whole dimension is much weaker than yours. It's like its concept of itself is not as powerful.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I just know to be prepared at midnight then.
Yep. Well, you have set up some barriers using your own magic. You've put up a force field around the whole dimension and stuff like that. So you have fortified it.
Okay. And as Autopsy has been experiencing years on the planet, yeah. I notify him periodically, like every once a year or whatever.
It'll take you about 7 or 8 hours to get all that done. What you are hoping to do.
Yep. And I keep him updated and an open line of communication with him in case I need him directly. And he gives me updates on the progress. And
I think. Oh, go ahead, Speed. Sorry.
Does it seem like? Well, they said they're pretty weak humans, so I guess there's no point in.
They're
trying
normal
to teach
humans.
them magic.
They're normal humans.
Okay.
The dimensional magic is pretty weak compared to what you're used to. But I mean, you could teach it to them. I mean, if one of them becomes a Sorcerer Supreme level figure, I mean, they wouldn't still probably be very threatening to you. I mean, they would hit you for 1 point of damage with a 100 level blast for them.
Gotcha. Okay, then yeah, I do teach them, impart upon them some order magic in preparation for midnight.
Okay, so you're going to pop down in there and start teaching magic after you get everything set up?
Yep.
Okay, so that you've got about, we'll say that you can get the school started in about 8 years on there, so you can finish. You do 16 hours. Okay. Alex, are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where have we been, man?
I don't know what was up with my connection and stuff. I had to run to the bathroom too. I just been listening.
Oh, did you hear me talk to you earlier?
No.
Okay. So you got summoned by.
When I went to the bathroom connection.
You got summoned by Carnaxa Lily, who is Aaron's former teacher. And you can, there is maps for your world. You just go into the props panel, go up to Asgard's Fantasy Map Generator, click on it, and then once that opens up, you'll have a little arrow, on the top left corner. You can open that up, and you press load as the black button, and then load the file that I sent you in there. And that's your planet. So you are a planetary god sort of thing. Gadgeteer left. Did Daniel just leave?
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, he said that he had to
mentioned
run.
in props that he had to run.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. So he's out.
Run through the world thing again real quick. So I opened the site.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll help you guys out. Let me take a picture.
Just a sec. We'll be right back.
Here, I will. I can show you how to do it. I can screen share my screen.
Hold on, I got a thing I'm going to quickly do.
Yeah, because, like, I see the play button, but I just don't see... Oh, I see the load button on there.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it, I think.
Yeah. There, if you need some more help.
I can't get it to go. I hate it. Don't put it up.
Yep. Yep. See it, Alex? See what he's doing? He sent it in props.
This little arrow pop that opens up the menu.
So,
Okay.
this hook is the one that fell off the wall last time, but the other thing doesn't work at all. So,
What about the actual, like, metal hook that kind of, like, sticks out?
I don't think it works. Whatever. Actually, jump off button hurts. It's definitely off. Like, look at it. You can tell. I can tell it's off.
Yeah, it's off.
But it's
Okay,
relaxed.
sweet.
Like,
Got it.
like exactly right thing.
Okay, and Heron's and Autopsies is the Zigza, XEZA.
Your guys' is Ziza. No, that's Delilah. Yours is Menungane.
Manungane, okay.
Let's see. Dual Chalice. That one is gone. I don't need it anymore. Leave. Okay. So, just so everybody knows, Gadgeteer's plan was to advance technology really quick. So they are, he is, and that was Mago's plan for hiring a super scientist. So they are rapidly advancing in technology as they can just create the resources they need and alter the reality's physics, the laws of physics in their reality to help them invent things. Okay, so, Carnaxa and Pangea. Carnaxa teleports you and he says, "Hello, rock monster. I am Carnaxa Lily, the master of magic. Grunt, if you can understand me."
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, it talks. What a clever thing Aaron has made. He pats you on the back. Well, how would you like? How would you like to be 50 feet tall?
Sure. I'll go for it.
Alright, so as he says that, you guys are then teleported in. You see the whole universe laid out in front of you. You are asked to gods to these things. He's like, "This is not what I expected. Usually it's some sort of all-out fight. It'll come in time. I'm going to take a look around." And he looks around, and you do too. You see the world. You can look down at it. You see that planet. It's 17th century technology and all that kind of stuff. I told everybody else. No real superhuman or magical development. They are just kind of living their lives. And you, as you're kind of observing it, he says, "This is quite annoying. What say we just blow up this whole solar system?"
Do what?
Yes, let's just kill it all, and we'll use the excess magical energies used to maintain it to strengthen the defenses.
I don't really think that's cool, man. Gonna blow up the whole everything.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
You're quite odd with your moral compass. I thought you were some sort of rock golem. What?
No,
What have I been
just a
duped?
mutant, man.
What is this mutant you speak of?
It's me.
Huh. Rock creatures. Okay. Well, mutant rock creature. What is your qualms about getting rid of this training field? As you watch some babies being born on that planet, and then like deer prance around on the grass, and like somebody feed their kid with the dead deer that they shot. And
just the murder of I don't know, probably millions of innocent lives. That's my main qualm.
These are nothing but creations from the Vishanti for the purpose of this test. What kind of Sorcerer Supreme are you? Your only concern, our only concern, is the protection of these dimensional boundaries, and I intend to do that well. You give me one good reason to keep them around, and I will relent. Back in my day, we didn't have this sort of namby-pamby concern for the creations of others.
Yeah, if you missed that earlier in, Carnexa Lily is just a little bit racist.
He's an Atlantean, living up to the sea is cool.
I mean, ultimately, this is your plan, but you do not have my vote of.
Well, I mean, I want your support. You're supposed to guard me in case someone tries to, stab me, so they can hit your rocky exterior first.
I would prefer you not to murder all people, but
what is our benefit from them, though? I mean, we could turn them into minor nuisances, like some sort of biting ant, I suppose, but that seems like a waste of our time when we could instead be maybe mushing all of these rocks together into one giant rock to use as a massive spike to impale our attackers.
I don't, the whole thing was, to protect the realm. I don't know. Kind of blowing it up seems counterproductive.
Alright, well, you're not convincing me on this one, but I'll let it slide. But definitely know that it is option A, if it comes down to it.
Okay.
I'm going to go inspect and set up areas along this place, and you're free to do whatever you'd like. I don't know what you're able to do. You look hard, like you're made of rocks, so I presume you're good at punching things and the like, so just keep an eye out. Alright, so he's going to start setting... He's gonna start setting up the magical barriers and kind of observing everything, and you are able to do whatever you'd like, Pangaea. Jordan, I'm not sure if your chewing is really loud or if
hold on,
the
sorry.
mic.
I'm gonna take my mic away. My bad. Sorry.
Fired.
I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do.
Well, you have godlike powers. How would you defend your universe?
I mean, you could land on that planet and change the continents if you wanted. So, I mean...
Sorry, say that again?
I mean, you could land on that planet, shrink yourself down to their size, and then just move the continents. I mean, that would be easy. It would be a swipe of your hand. Or you could just blow up the whole planet with a sneeze, you know. You could...
I feel like that's probably going to happen anyway.
You have basically any sort of ability. Any of your abilities are times 100 in this world, right? So what is your Earth control?
It is Geoforce sensational.
So you have a 6,000 rank in terms of this solar system. So you can do whatever you want. You can affect anything. You could do anything you want. I mean, you can basically create Earth out of nothing here. And then you have got another ability, which is heat, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, you could dry up the oceans. You could mostly just do destructive things.
I'll save that one for later. But I do think I'll probably... Oh, man. If I reshape it, what should I do?
I don't know. You think about that, though. You've got a little while. All right, we're going to go back to Delilah and Daybreak now. And what are you guys going to do? Wow, so let's see. There's a bunch of flower children. Think butterflies.
But yeah, we're just putting some like mock systems together. Eventually,
Yeah. So Daybreak has been in there like training people in their martial arts or Sun Dragon style, trying to convince you to become their emperor, god emperor. And you have been training people in magic. It's taken a little while. It'll take good another 7 or so hours to get it going by itself, which will be another 7 years.
Yeah.
But
Delilah believes in this. She believes, that if they have the power to kind of defend themselves, not just that she won't do anything, but that they have the right to be able to defend themselves, kind of thing.
I like that.
yeah.
I like that phrase.
So you're training them up, but you're trying to instill in them the Doctor Strange mentality where you protect the world in secret, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so those hours pass, and the Daybreak, you teach some people. Some of them are amazing martial artists, and while you are on the planet training another group of people, you realize that over the years, one of your first students trained other students in your martial arts, and one of their students learned how to unlock the energies of their souls or something, and they are able to generate generate energies and like fly and shoot energy blasts from this native energy that they can create from their martial arts training.
Okay, I've got to seek them out and take them to Delilah.
Okay. They are, you find them in your planet, which is
Sorry.
Zisa. Ziza. I don't know. Zisa. Anyways, you find them on in the Duhadian Empire, and they have taken over the control of the empire and launched an expansionist war by the time you arrive there. And that whole western continent has fallen under their warrior might, as they have razed cities to the ground and trampled upon all that oppose them.
I like the initiative. Not necessarily the execution.
Yeah, they've trained many people in this, and there's maybe, I mean, not everybody can learn how to do it, but there seems to be hundreds of these warriors.
We gotta take over we have to take over the sect. They could be so powerful in such a good way if we direct them in the right way.
Do you think we could do that? I mean, I've been carefully cultivating these mages.
Well,
so-
if you want, I could do it. If you just don't exactly want to look this direction.
And while you guys are like mentally telepathically talking from across the continent, unless you like grow up and re-shrink back down, I don't know how you're doing this. You could instantly travel between places if you wanted to. But daybreak, it's been about a couple months since you began on this journey, and the conversation you've had has taken a couple days already. And you then, Delilah, you get a thing, like a mental alert of an incursion. And you realize it's coming from on the planet. And what are you going to do?
Well, she goes and checks it out.
Okay, Delilah, Daybreak, what are you doing?
Okay, I want to go find out what's going on with the incursion. And then after that, I want to head back and basically put the smackdown on this group of people and tell them that they're going to have to change their ways or else.
Alright, Delilah, you recognize the incursion quickly and surmise the power level of it. It is so minor to you. You tell Daybreak that she can just go back, or she doesn't. She's not needed. Or you can have her come. I mean, whatever you want to do. It's
Yeah.
the power level is minuscule.
I can handle this, Daybreak. It's just a minor incursion. I should get. Hopefully, my mages will develop and be able to deal with ones of these level on their own after a while.
Did you travel? Did you travel in their dimension, or did you like instantly travel there?
Instant travel.
Okay, so they are. Some of your mages are on the way here. Actually, You designated somebody as a Sorcerer Supreme, and you gifted them the ability to sense dimensional incursions, your best student. And so he is alerted, or she, you tell me who it is, and they have alerted the other ones, and they are leading a force here.
Excellent.
Your best student has been proven to be very talented, probably more talented than you, honestly, but lacking in abilities because of their nature as one of these small beings. But they are already a master after only 3 years of practice.
Yeah, she will lead the effort to deal with the incursion to make sure it doesn't do any sort of damage.
Right.
But she's willing to see what contributions the students are able to provide.
So you teleport there instantly, and you plan to lead the effort, but you notice that this is a demon. Some sort of strange, multi-eyed demon with tentacles. It's large, but really to you quite tiny. It's causing mass devastation in one of the cities on the eastern continent. The city of Chennai, the capital city of the Diocese of Nortania. Okay? And, when you get there, you realize that this has been summoned by chaos magic.
Great.
One of your students has corrupted your teachings and developed an alternate method.
Oh, she's pissed. She's like,
That happened sooner or later.
What I didn't want to happen.
Yeah. So, what are you going to do? The demon seems to be quite powerful. I mean, it doesn't notice. I mean, do you have an invisibility spell?
She has. Let's see. So was that invisibility? Did you say?
Yes.
No.
No. So it notices you as soon as you appear. Wait, what were you going to do?
Vapor's obscurity, though.
All right. So you cast Vapor's Obscurity.
Yeah.
Okay. So it does not notice you. It continues to slaughter civilians.
Yeah, she will immediately blast it, banish it out of there.
Okay. You blast it or banish it. Either way, it's gone. Easily. If it had noticed you, you feel like it was probably at the level that it could maybe do a point of damage to you.
Yeah. But yeah, she's then going to trying to work out what she's going to think about how she's going to resolve this new problem that she created herself.
Yeah. So, while you think about that, so, you were going to say it's about 12 hours in at this point as that comes into realization. Daybreak, you are running around on the planet trying to get these warriors under control, but,
Oh, no. See, I'm going straight for the head one. I'm going to show up in my full, I've got my shield on my back, I've got my full-on light armor on.
Hydra shield?
Huge, like dozens of stories tall, and I'm going straight to him, and I'll be like, look, you're messing with my people, you're messing with me, let's talk.
Okay, they challenge you, they attack, and you, they together, they are able to do about 5, they are able to do, you notice that the attacks seem to penetrate through your armor.
Because it's my magic, so.
Yeah, well.
Or my power.
Yeah, you don't know why. I mean, you should be invulnerable to their strikes, but you're struck, and they seem to do about a total of 3 points of damage to you.
Okay, so I am going to, because I can be as big or as little anything as I want, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to soar to about 13 stories tall. I'm going to pick up the head guy and basically, in front of everybody, say, look, you can either bow to me and my wishes now, or I crush you in front of everybody and we start over.
Okay. He's like, no, I'll never surrender to you. I don't know who you are.
I am where your ability comes from. You have displeased your goddess, and I will exact revenge if necessary. This is your chance.
I know of no god. And then as he does that, he looses a giant blast of energy from his body, which pushes it out of your hands, and then he rushes you and punches you in the chest for a point of damage.
He rushes me after you fell 13 stories?
No, he flew at you, and then he punches you in the chest. Yeah, for 1 point of damage.
I'm going to flick him.
Okay, he is destroyed. He just evaporates from the blast of the flick. And that
I gave him the chance. I did.
That causes the army to kind of stake back, but most of the other people drop down. But the warrior sect seems to be extreme, and they rush in a mad dash, and they continue to attack you. And this time you're blasted by there seems to be, you can go hit the capital immediately. There's about 20 of the warriors here. And they're surrounding you. They all seem to be about the same level. They blast you for a total combined of 20 points damage.
Can I light cage them?
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. They're blasted in light cages. They're struggling to break free, but they're unable to. And then one of them blasts you through the light cage for another point of damage. So you've taken, 25 points of damage?
26.
26?
Let me mark that down. Don't make me kill you guys. You have amazing abilities that could be used.
Yeah. These guys
don't make me hurt you.
They seem to be pretty extreme.
Yeah.
There's something about their philosophy, which you haven't really learned much about, seems to have made them pretty rabid warriors. They remind you of almost like some sort of berserker.
Oh, yeah, okay, touche. Alright, I'm going to leave them all in cages. I know, right? I'm going to leave them all in cages until their berserker wears off, where they kill themselves, one of the two.
Okay. It takes a few days. It's just nothing. And you just stand there, wait on it, and the people start to come out and they look at you, and most people stay away. You've destroyed a big section of the town by the flick. You just wiped out a section of the town. Probably thousands dead. And you've stepped on a couple buildings. You didn't try to kill anybody, alright? And you didn't... The devastation wasn't on the ground level. You flicked in the air, so just kind of knocked buildings over there. There's not a lot of building code for powerful windstorms, so I take that back. There's maybe not thousands dead. There's probably a dozen or so. A decent number of injuries though. They you see that there seems to be some sort of religion building around you over the coming days.
I'm okay with that. Religion can be a good thing.
Yeah.
But, okay, so now I gotta teach them how not to be berserkers, but still be berserkers at the same time.
Yeah. Something that you yourself have not.
Exactly. That's the part. Therein lies the quip. So.
So as the berserker rage wears off, Delilah, what are you up to?
Delilah has returned, to her goddess form. She's been thinking about this whole chaos magic surgeons, and she is upset and a little angry about it, but she almost sees it as like inevitable. This is just the course magic take. So she mostly just tries to direct her teachings and students away from it, and to also, battle against it. That now that it has appeared, it's kind of like their duty to face down.
Yeah. Okay. You continue the teaching, and they take your lessons as well. They start to build some sort of headquarters for magic users, and then at that point, as a few more years pass, you approach the 16-hour mark. Daybreak. You've captured all these warriors in the world. What do you want to name them?
Oh, let's just do berserkers because it's easy.
Okay, you capture all the berserkers in the world. The berserkers of the sun god, as people start to call them.
Berserkers of the sun god. Okay.
Yeah, and they sun goddess, as they're all throughout the Western continent. Temples start to appear to you.
Okay.
And then, so you've captured them all. They seem to be, after a period of time, seem to sort of acquiesce to your demands and start to fashion themselves into some sort of temple warriors cult.
I'd like them to okay, basically, with great power comes great responsibility. That's basically their motto. They have this power. Exactly. They are required to protect the people. That's basically almost nearly the only requirement I have is they have to protect the people.
They listen well. They seem to be poorly equipped for this, as they are not particularly kind or people-focused sort of people. They seem to be chosen by the original founder as sort of bloodthirsty murderers. And with this potential. But they know what the case is. I mean, you personally beat up hundreds of them, and yes, they follow your commands, or they swear to follow your commands. It's not been very long, so. And actually, you see the next couple of years pass, and they sort of do what you wish, but they do it quite poorly, honestly. They operate some more like a gang with a protection racket sort of scenario, but they do protect people from bandits and marauders, but they are pretty. They seem to have a noticeable amount of corruption, is what we would call it. The people seem to accept it as pretty normal as the countries break apart. The large empire he formed breaks back apart into its constituent countries.
Okay. I don't know, maybe develop armies. But I'd still like to keep the training going.
They had armies. They just were overpowered by superhumans, basically.
Yeah. I still want to keep the school open, and I still want to train because, I mean, this world is going to have to protect itself at some point.
Yeah.
But maybe find those that have the ability to do more than just martial arts, and if they are worthy of it, start making them lords and captains, and try to hope that spreads, kind of in the way that Delilah's doing in Magic.
Yeah, you don't find anybody with superhuman powers. No mutants seem to appear as time passes.
Okay.
And that pushes you guys to about 20 hours in. And Delilah, you are, you are going about it, and your student, who's now older, he's joined you in his younger ages, and he's now into the Middle Ages. He asks you, if we have all of this power and we need to control it, wouldn't it be better if we were masters of this world? We could do our job much better, my lord. They have taken to like calling you a god, I think, too, Delilah.
Yeah. No, yeah, whenever they broach this, they've probably done it a couple of times now. She's always refused.
Yeah. This is the first time your star student has done it, though. And you notice that he has formatted a lot of the initial text and developed a lot of the teachings that are clearly being codified in. He's making some sort of book of the goddess, is what they call it.
Yeah.
That it seems to be a supreme magical artifact of sorts.
Yeah.
Or at least has the
She
potential to.
tries to kind of impart the wisdom that like, as great as any one person can be, they are not the be-all and end-all of existence. And that much influence over people in the world can, like, crush individuality.
They listen to that and take it to heart, but they do not seem to make the connection that you may be insinuating it applies to you yourself.
Yeah.
You're in existence so far beyond them, they don't get it. Okay, so it takes you about 22 hours. Daybreak, you're not experiencing anybody else really develop along the route of normal martial arts that you were teaching. So, and how are you allowing the berserker cult to induct new trainees?
No, because I don't trust them.
Okay, so they are getting older now at this point, and they are not as fighting fit as they used to be. All right. Meanwhile,
Okay.
in Aaron and Autopsy's world, Aaron has spent a long time, the first 8 years, in fact, developing this world system. And Autopsy, you've been spending the first 8 years living in here. You've not had a chance to jump in and save the superhero, do the superhero moment, and save the whole day. And
That's okay. I've shifted. I've like kept that in reserve, but I kind of shifted tactics to establishing the trust and influence over the world leaders that play.
Yeah, it's
by showing up at key moments in their lives and either protecting them or helping deliver their child or stopping an assassination attempt or something like that.
okay. There's like it develops into some sort of mythological figure that unites all world cultures of this black cloaked figure. What do you want him to be called?
Well, what do you think they call me? I'm not.
How about the Raven
I'm
Man?
gonna pick the name.
We'll call him the Raven Man
I don't like it.
because you're all black. You got that like fluttering cloak, and they call him the Raven Man.
Yeah.
He's in all cultures, and he kind of steps in to save people at moments when they need them the most. He seems to be. He claims he's just a guy or something. I mean, what are you claiming to be God?
I think that he doesn't claim any titles to divinity. That would definitely go against his value system. But he says that he's sent by God, whatever that means. To
Okay.
them. That he'll
He doesn't say
that
much,
he's
and he
that
just
he's a servant of God.
he appears for a moment, and he is a servant to a god. People are developing really crazy religions off that. But yes, that's where it's going. Like all sorts of weird stuff. Some people believe he's a god. Some people got some Trinitarian views. Some people some people think that he's one of the spirits, and there's a greater god above them all. And some people think there's some sort of masked, golden armored man with a staff that is the true god.
Yeah, he won't step in. he won't like allow. If people like claim that he's a god, he'll deflect from that, and he really puts an emphasis on focusing on them, like finding ways to work together to overcome problems and protect people the way that he steps in and protects them. And I want to specifically focus on like people of influence, so that their moral code can kind of be like affected to caring about other people as well. Because I think he's seen from his own life in the Marvel like Prime world or whatever that we're in, that things go really bad when people who are in power like abuse what they have, and they go really well for people when leaders can work together to
okay. Yeah, it's going
achieve mutually beneficial goals.
They all talk about you, but they don't know what your goals are, right? So they just kind of attribute things to them. But there is a bit of cultural-wide altruism is good sort of thing that is being perpetuated, and some people, that doesn't stop wars or anything like that. Right? People still do all the bad things people do, but there is this sort of culture or identity that has this focus on the betterment or helping others.
Yeah.
And it's ubiquitous.
Okay. Yeah, I think that he understands like war is going to happen and such, but like if you go to war and like conquer someone, that like you don't let their widows starve to death, and I think that another thing that he wants to, after he's kind of established who he is, like people who are wrongdoers, I think that's what he sees as like a flaw in his system that he's currently living in the Marvel universe, is that you just take bad people, you throw them in jail, they become worse bad people and break out and keep doing more of the same problem. So I think he wants to like try and encourage leaders to find a way to reintegrate wrongdoers into society as productive members of society in a way that like, so that like it benefits all of society to have people, contributing positively to it, not just rotting away in a jail cell somewhere, feeling resentful.
Yeah. Well, it's you haven't really established any ways for that to really happen, so you see that it's going down much of a similar path as the real world. With similar sort of philosophical styles based on altruism and goodness as the real world. So you're getting a very realistic, not real world related world is what you're seeing develop from your actions over the years. And Aaron, you have started your magical teachings. You've been teaching people order magic, and as the days go on, you have the exact same experience Delilah has. There is an incursion, and it's early. It's very early, which is distressing to you. And then you realize that it is minuscule and weak, and you know what it is almost immediately. Someone has turned your teachings into dark magic. And this happens at about 20 years into the world's existence.
Okay. And were my disciples, the people who I was teaching, were they able to identify the issue?
No, they don't even know it's happening.
Okay. So they're not that far with their studies.
No, they're pretty far. You have a couple that are master magicians. You've taught them really well. They're pretty powerful, but no one has the ability to supervise the whole world.
Okay. Well, then what I do is
The range is quite limited. The best of your magicians is able to observe stuff on a almost continental level.
Okay. So I need to split my disciples, the ones who truly follow my teachings, into they need to become teachers themselves.
Yes. Right now they've built a built some sort of mountaintop temple. No, they have built an undersea greenhouse, sort of domed city where they study magic, secluded from the world, under your teachings.
Okay. So, in the temple or in the the training environment I've set up.
They've also taken to calling you God, God Aaron.
I create a relic that identifies incursions, and I put it permanently within that temple.
Okay.
That way they can identify and resolve issues on their own.
Yep.
And I assume for this one, that's not been set up. So I go and to the incursion myself, invisible and with my presence cloaked, and I read its mind.
Hey, Jordan, can you mute your mic? Jordan, can you mute your mic? Jordan, can you mute your mic?
You can temporarily mute him yourself, too.
Okay, I'm going to message him. And I'm going to mute him. I would suggest everybody else do it, too.
Yeah.
But if you heard me, I said that I will be going to the incursion myself, and I will identify what it is and read its mind to see.
It is it seems to be a fairly powerful demon. It is seems to be connected to what. So you've realized by studying this place, this is a miniature dimension, and if such, you have orbiting dimensions as well. And those are all of the standard. Currently, there's 2 dimensions that exist in orbit around it, of which you would be able to create more. There is a sort of a heaven and a hell sort of dimension.
Okay, but they still would be considered dimensional incursions and can be banished.
Yes. And there is a demon here, and when you observe that, you're able to look into the other dimensions. There is some sort of god creature in the heaven realm, like a powerful Zeus-like guy, with his own children, who is capable of watching the world, and you notice he can see you, like on the earth. He's quite powerful. He would be capable of hurting you, in a way that would be dangerous, but not enough to threaten you. He would be like, he would fight you as if he was a person instead of one of these lesser creatures, but his abilities are quite low.
Right.
And then there is a demon lord, like a hell lord in the hell dimension.
So I don't identify the incursion as something that might have come from one of the other...
No, it's from a sub-dimension.
Okay. So at that point, since I haven't installed the thing for my wizards to try and deal with the incursion themselves, I look around first to see if I can identify who summoned the demon.
No. There's just too many people.
Okay, and there's no clues, runes, or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, there is some runes and stuff, and you think you would probably be able to trace it down. It would probably, I don't know, take you a couple days.
Okay. And I assume days in like 1 in 8,000
yes.
sort of days?
Yes.
Okay. Then, what I do is I entrap the demon inside of my bell, because I still have it.
Yep, easy. It's
so weak. I closed the portal, and
in terms of Marvel stats, he is feeble in all abilities, and he has feeble fire control.
Yeah, I plan on banishing him for real at some point, but at this point, just in case he's pertinent to my investigation.
Do you have an invisibility spell?
Right.
Do you have an invisibility spell?
Let's see. I can't remember if I actually got invisibility or something else, so one sec. I think I forewent invisibility for growing other, but I do have the excellent rank all spells.
Okay. Your default to your all spells one is much weaker in terms of what it is in this world, right? So instead of being at the times 100, it's at its normal rank. So do you want to be invisible for this?
I was going to be, yeah.
Okay, so you are invisible for this, but you do notice one young man or young woman seems to be observing you, despite your invisibility, as you destroy banish the demon.
Okay. And, alright, so I keep I guess as part of my investigation, they will be part of that, and I will interview them and read their mind.
Alright, they're unable to resist you, but they seem to have a very powerful psyche. As you interview them, they were just a person having to be standing there. She saw you and was wondering if you were the real god of this world.
I say that there's no such thing as a god, but I am here to help this world. Would you like to join me and help this world as well?
I like how a minute ago you saw God, like the god of this realm, and were like that to this kid, hey, there's no God.
She says yes. Her name is Ileana Watterson.
Ileana, you said?
Yep. And she seems to be some sort of the first prodigy that you've ever seen, and this is far beyond what you've seen before. The abilities of this woman is much higher than your even your best apprentice, the current leader of your order.
Okay, well, I invite her to investigate, and I teach her as I investigate the runes to see if I can identify who summoned the demon.
She's just a regular woman, so she follows you around, and you track the person down quite easily. He's one of your disciples, and he chose to do some chaos magic, but as you track him down, you realize he's taught other people, and he's encouraged to teach other one. He's certain that the god would find him eventually. What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to make an example or just... I think I turn him over to the wizards that I've trained that have not lost their way for imprisonment.
Okay, they listen to your commands and imprison him in the deepest part of the place under a barrier where he sits.
Yeah, and I trained them how to... I further trained them how to identify and resolve issues.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, then of course I begin the training of Ileana Watterson and hope she doesn't go the way of the chaos.
Okay. Figueria.
Is that the bad guy's name?
Yep.
How do I spell it? I offered a bankroll moving Ileana Watterson's family and stuff to wherever the school is.
Okay, are you going to split the group now, like you said, one into each continent?
Yeah.
You're in, Megunine, so you've got your place in the bay, near in the bay between Bartomia and the kingdom of Urea on the east, and you've got the massive Sardom of Kugodia. That's the main power on the west. Do you move it over there and put it in the mountains or something?
One sec, going back to the props. So, I would put them, like, how many disciples do I have? Enough for each country, or like one for each landmass?
I mean, you've been secretive about it, so you've got, you've probably got like 30 to 50 disciples. Most of them are not ever going to amount to much. You've got one very powerful disciple who can cover most of a continent, and you've got a bunch of guys who are country level observers. And then they have the orb in the first school, in the first hideaway, that can observe the whole system.
Okay. Yep, then I'll put the one who can do most of a continent and the Sardom of Kagodia towards the middle. And then I'll split the other ones up between countries, and I'll give them devices with which they can communicate and traverse to the original school.
Okay, so you set up like a magical network of people and tell them all to take in their own disciples, basically.
Yeah, and I tell them that they will, that these provisions for communication and travel are temporary, as my power is limited. I'm gonna, like, play down my pentultimate power.
Okay.
And tell them that they will need to figure out other magic with which to keep these up if they deem them necessary to protect the realms.
Okay. That sounds good. That puts you to Tower 22. You've spent 2 years training Ileana Watterson at this point. And you leave, you go to get autopsy before the incursion at midnight. Ileana Watterson in these 2 years has become a master of magic and has surpassed your previous greatest student, which you had trained for 8. She is getting more and more powerful. I don't know if it alarms you, but it seems as though she doesn't have any particular limits.
Interesting. And it doesn't alarm me as long as I feel like her... Like, I keep an eye on her mental state as she grows more power to see if power will corrupt her.
As she gets to the higher levels, she starts to notice that you're observing her mind.
Well, I'm not observing her mind, like, any more than I am anyone's. I'm observing her behavior.
Yeah, so you're watching her.
Just like, I mean, she's my student. Of course I'm going to.
Yep, so you then go up and you go get autopsy, and we will go to Carnaxa and Pangea. Alex? You're muted. Pangea.
Sorry, forgot my mute was
Oh,
on.
there you go.
Alright. So, what I was thinking is, I'm going to try to, I guess, rearrange the continental structure to like a defensible area, unless Carnaxia has more input.
No, he doesn't really care what happens. He says, just do whatever you want. I've got big plans out here. What if we just... And then he moves the star a little bit and the whole place freezes. And he's like,
Okay.
there, as the Ice Age hits that planet, you can start to move the continents.
Okay. Yeah, I'm basically going to Pangea it up.
Okay.
Supercontinent, mountains around the outside, metropolis and lakes on the inside, maybe some like mountains and desert on the outside. And that's basically how I'm gonna make it.
Okay, we'll do Pangea. Let's regenerate. Okay, I'm going to send you a new new place. This causes mass devastation as the whole world moves. And it is, plus that and the Ice Age, the crippling Ice Age that Carnaxolili has caused, causes a mass die-off. The population drops by about 30% in the first 2 years. And, yes, so here's the new world map. Just sent the file to you in the props. And you've got the political boundaries start to realign, but it's looking pretty rough here as the place has moved around. Yeah, it's pretty enjoyable fitting this place together like jigsaw puzzles, but.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
I guess since it's Ice Age, and that's hurting folks, I could use some of my heat powers to lessen the whole Ice Age thing a little bit.
Okay. You want to fly out into space and then heat the place up?
Yeah, not like super heated. Just, warm it up enough to maybe...
Just become like
short.
the second sun.
Just turn the heat up a little bit and melt some of the ice, not like totally flood the place out.
Okay. Yeah, you come up and start to heat the place up. This ends the Ice Age, but you realize that you have basically become a second sun for this planet, and they have worship. There is a religion that breaks out for the new sun god, as they say it. So.
Okay.
Alright, and I'm going to delete that last one because the mass population die-off has shifted the borders again. So you'll notice that all the white space where there is no names on there is places that now the countries have abandoned because they cannot get the population to manage it anymore.
Okay.
Well, it's glad to see someone's taking the position as God very literally.
Yeah. Carnaxa Lily goes, "What are you doing over there?"
Fixing some things.
Well, enjoy. I hope you're having fun while I do all the hard work. And he starts throwing meteorites out at something in the outer limits. And he's showing asteroids away. One of them passes by and shatters amongst the atmosphere and starts raining down chunks of asteroid onto the planet.
Lord. Jesus.
What do you want to do?
I don't know if I can react fast enough to do anything.
You can. I mean, you can just catch the asteroid with your Earth control. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'll attempt to do that.
Yeah, you just stop the shards everybody just sees chunks of Earth stop and the fire just burn. There's a bunch of forest fires that break out on the lower levels because you stopped it, but the heat transfer was so much it lit up parts of the atmosphere. So there's some large forest fires going on, but there was no nuclear bombs that just struck the planet repeatedly. So
Did you
Well, that's
just create a second moon?
yeah, you push them back together and put it into orbit. Now there's another moon too. The god cult gets bigger.
serious.
there's a weird duelist cult going on in your world where like there's an evil god that keeps trying to destroy the place and a good god that's saving everybody as best as he can. So while you've got that going on, you spend the next couple hours just trying to keep the place in check, and you do a pretty good job. You mostly protect it from Carnaxa Lily, but by the end of it, he just kept shooting stuff out, and then he realized he could make like large boulders, and he has surrounded the outer limits of the solar system with almost like this dome of Earth that is like all around the outer limits. You mostly protected everybody. It was not like moving the planets or shifting the sun like you did the first time. So, it's not that bad. The planet is still a little colder, and as long as you remain there to heat it up, it will be good. But you realize that's not a long-term solution. So you will need to come up with some way to create a second sun or move the original sun back into place.
Yeah. Okay.
Any ideas?
I don't know if I can move anything without Carnaxia.
Well, you could Earth control and move the metallic cores of any of the planets. So, I mean, you did a lot of geothermal stuff. So I would say, I mean, if you wanted to make a second sun, you could pull one of the gas giants from the outer area of the solar system and then light it on fire with your heat control. That would last for a few millennia.
Yeah, if that's gonna work. Let's do it.
Okay.
Literally creating another sun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you come in, you bring in the second sun, and you put it in place and start its orbiting. Now they've got 2 moons, 2 suns, and you're free. It takes you a while though to do this. It spends most of the day. All right. So at the end of that day, you guys, Carnaxa comes to you and he says, "Get ready. We are going to be facing an Encourage, and I believe this is the first test of the Vishanti." And Aaron, you find Autopsy. Autopsy, are you there? Autopsy, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I muted you. So.
Oh, hold on, just a second.
No,
I can hear you.
Yeah, I muted you, Jordan. So next time when you leave the computer, just mute it, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, and where was this incursion coming from?
Outside this dimension.
Okay. Yeah, I think I show up and when I show up when Aaron calls.
Yeah. Okay. So Aaron, what do you have to say?
I have no idea what this will look like. Be prepared for anything. And just do your best.
Okay, Daybreak. You're painting your shield. You have turned the whole Western continent into a continent that worships you as the solar goddess. Yeah, that's kind of the situation there.
Keeping it low key.
At some point while you were busy doing other things and kind of not paying attention, the aging berserkers of the sun goddess realized that they were not going to get replaced and started convincing / threatening everyone to make a yearly pilgrimage to where your holy site, your main temple is that they built for you, and forcing all of the kingdoms on the west continent to come pay homage to you personally. So you're in a position that you all of the kings are considering themselves your subordinates at this point.
Okay, all right.
You're gone a lot because you're teaching your sun god martial arts style. But when you pop in, you happen to pop in while they are like bowing down before your giant chryselephantine statue. like the temple
I
of
think
Zeus.
I think I'm gonna like grow to that size and step out in front of it and say, "Hello, my people. How are you?"
They scream in panic and fall back, and the berserkers come out and they just punch them a couple times. They straighten up in front of your goddess. These gray bearded old men, like bloody.
And this is where I say,
bloody
and
the
this is where I
king's
say,
nose.
"Halt!"
Yeah.
I tell him,
And they
"Stop.
walk down and they bow to you instantly. They're like, "Yes, my queen, my goddess. Sorry, please forgive us."
Oh God. Yes. Okay, this has got to stop. You guys, yes, you can worship me. I don't care. That's fine. But stop forcing people to do what they don't want to do.
Yes, we understand.
Mm-hmm. I will visit you personally. Otherwise.
Yes, we'll do our best to make your will. You heard them, the woman, the goddess. Do what you want to do. And
Alright.
make sure to worship her, like she said. And obey her commands.
Oh
Or else
God.
she and us will come for you, as they tell her. They'll tell them basically what you said, but change slightly.
Oh man. Okay. Just stop hurting people and can you die already?
So this is why Delilah refused the position.
Delilah is so much smarter than Daybreak is.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna pop over and see how Delilah's doing.
Okay, you back over to the eastern continent in frustration. Delilah, you are there training up your students. You've got your Sorcerer Supreme, the young man who's now older. He has not asked you again to become the ruler of this land. They've let it go. There's a massive war where almost every country on the eastern continent is fighting each other at this point in time, but they are ignoring it. They have stopped a couple more incursions, and one of them tells you that chaos is reporting to you that chaos magicians have now spread into the western continent.
Oh, hey, Daybreak.
Hey, Delilah. I have an idea for you. Let's let them all kill each other and start over.
What? No, Daybreak. I know it's a little messy.
I don't mean your. I mean the whole country. I mean the whole world.
We can't do that, Daybreak.
The Sorcerer Supreme his eyes are wide. He's like, no, don't.
She turns around and goes, she didn't mean that, she's joking.
And then behind your back, I'm mouthing, no, I'm not, behind your back.
I mean, well, how did it go? Like, it's not great?
Well, here's the problem, is, I mean, okay, yes, they're very good at learning martial art. And then suddenly one of them became a mutant, or an altered, they got powers. And then they started, like, defeating the countries around them. And then I went to go stop them, but they had, like, an army. And then, yeah, that didn't work out so well.
Oh, okay. I heard you're revered as a goddess over there.
Yeah, that religion is making its way into the eastern continent, by the way. It's pretty popular.
Well, it's all right, Daybreak. I understand things can get a little out of hand. We've had a little magic situation over here.
And then at that, there's like an alert. You notice it, and he notices it, and he runs out of the room and gathers up a group, and they teleport out.
Another recursion.
Yes.
Small ones, self-inflicted.
Are they all?
Yeah, and Delilah, you still haven't really investigated the royal place, so you don't even know how these demons are getting in here. You didn't know that. Yeah, you don't know any of the stuff Aaron knows.
So, okay, you said they're all self-inflicted, but is it true that they're all self-inflicted? I mean, isn't this kind of something like that the test is designed for?
And as you say that, Delilah, you get the feeling there is a incursion happening. and this is a big one.
He's like, hold that forward, and also come with me.
And Daybreak, you get the same feeling too. The boundaries of the dimension have been smashed. And as you go back up to your original size and you look out, Aaron and Autopsy, you do the same thing. Pangea, you feel the same feeling, and go out with Carnaxa. Daybreak and Delilah, yours is the most dramatic, as you see the shattering of the dimensional boundaries as if it was glass, and out from it thousands of these little tiny demons that you've been dealing with just come swarming in, and they are enormous. It's just enormous. To you guys, there's probably millions. Right, and Delilah, the first thing you realize is you have to reassemble the boundary of the dimension, which you're able to do quite easily. And Daybreak, what are you going to do while that happens?
Do I still have the shift 100?
Yeah.
Or time 100? All right. I want to create like a light cage, but like in a barrier style, to stop them from getting any closer to the planet, and then maybe
force field.
And this would probably have to be a power stunt, but I want to kind of.
No, you just put up a greater force field around the planet.
Okay, I want to do that, but kind of what I wanted to do was see if I could cage up these creatures.
You cannot, because they're coming in from all directions.
Then I'll definitely do the force field on the planet.
You could cage in all of the planets, though, and the sun, and keep them in the outer part of the solar system.
Yeah.
Okay, boom, it's done.
Alright.
And as that happens,
hard is it
make a dexterity roll to see how quick you are to do it.
Okay, hang on.
If you get a green, you keep most of them out. If you get a yellow, you keep all of them out. A red keeps all of them out.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Sorry, I'm back on my phone at the moment.
Okay, now while you're making that roll, Autopsy and Aaron, you are alerted to it before it happens. Aaron, you're able to observe at the extra dimensional boundary, and you see the demons are being summoned in by some exterior force. They're not even coming from the subdimension, they're coming from outside of reality. And as that happens, they are peering around you, and you and Autopsy fly up into there. You cast a spell, and you meet them outside the boundaries of your dimension, in like that interdimensional area, and you see them all around you. As you look, you're in this interdimensional boundary, you see that there's a bunch of other orbiting dimensions around it, and they are protected by some sort of force field, of which has been put up by the Vishanti, and you cannot affect.
Okay. So basically, we're seeing the extra dimensional or interdimensional space where I guess the Vishanti like open and close barriers.
Yeah, and all of those barriers that you see the Vishanti have put up are the other dimensions the other contestants are in.
Okay.
Does anybody else appear out there with us?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I look at you. I compliment you, Aaron. I'm like, well done with the early alert system.
Thanks. I hope it's enough to make us through this whole week.
Yeah, while you are looking around, you look for other people, but you realize that it's your perception and your ability to cross outside of the immediate area around your dimension is limited right now. There's a barrier. There's an additional barrier. So, like, not only can you not get close, you cannot observe, you cannot enter other people's dimensions.
Okay.
Nor can you see any other contestants. But you would presume there are definitely some out there right now doing the same thing you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what we do is we eliminate the immediate threat since the dimension hasn't been breached yet.
Mm-hmm.
I advise Autopsy. I look at you. I'm like. So this is what they mean by you be my protector. Take care of these while I reinforce from the outside. And I'm going to...
Yeah. I think that this is like Autopsy's one chance to completely let loose. I think he feels like super jazzed. and
Okay.
take on forces of evil with limitless power.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, you're
it becomes like a super awesome like montage of just like supernatural god powered autopsy, just like kung fuing.
yeah. So you're in your normal abilities, right? Like you only have your normal punching and blasting and stuff and flight.
And I've got like shadow dimension powers, so I'm sure.
So
I'm
you have
like
your shadow powers, but your shadow powers don't work in your dimension. In the dimension with Aaron, and you haven't talked to Aaron about why that is, but you've tried. I don't know if you've tried to use them, but they don't work. Yeah. So.
I probably have, because of like my whole Raven thing. I try and like
yeah.
work
So
around
okay, we will
Okay.
back up on that one. If you've tried to use them, you don't know why they don't work yet. But Aaron, if you talk to Aaron about it and tell him your origins, he would say that because there's no shadow dimension in that universe.
That makes sense. Okay. Then I think it's just like a giant like martial arts like John Wick.
Well, but now outside of that universe, your shadow powers works normal. So as you like go out and Aaron reinforces the boundaries, you start just destroying everything and just blasting through it, punching, shadow blasts. They just you're destroying the demons. They're so weak to you. They're like basically they got 8 hit points, right? So you just boom destroy them, and that's you guys just wreck it easily before they enter in. Aaron reinforces it. The ones that sneak past you hit the boundary, but Aaron's force field around it protects it, even though it's been weakened significantly as of late. And that is how the next hour goes, and that is how the 24th hour goes.
Okay.
And meanwhile, in Delilah and Daybreak's world, Delilah throws up a barrier as Daybreak throws up a barrier as Delilah puts it up, but about 2,000 of the demons escape and get into the inner solar system. The remainder are pushed outside.
Great. Can I try and see if I can do another, like just start blasting them and hold the barrier at the same time?
You can. Delilah, you are putting up the barrier. You can't do anything else. They are swarming towards you, and there's thousands of basically what looks like a rats to you, almost. Mice, almost. And they're just so many of them. They just start to swarm up your body and give you little nips that are starting to hurt. Daybreak, you look back and you see Delilah being swarmed by these things. You see them hitting the barrier and bending it against it, but so far they can't do anything to bust through it. And you look at the thousands, a couple thousand rushing towards the main planet. What do you want to do?
Kind of shoot them.
Delilah, I need you to make a psyche roll.
Yeah.
Just to see if you maintain focus.
I think so. Let's see. Amazing. Yeah, it's yellow.
Alright, you're remaining focused. And you keep the spell going. What are you going to do, Daybreak?
There was something that Daybreak had done once where she enacted a greater force field and then she pushed it out and like pushed everything behind it. I want to try to do that to give myself some space because I really do want to go after the demons that made it past, but I need a little time to be able to do that. So I want to try and expand the force field so that I can buy myself time to attack the ones that made it past. Does that make sense?
You can expand it and it'll push it back out. That's fine. If you do that, you're going to surround it, Delilah, which will cut her off from the dimensional boundary by your magic.
Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Alright,
Well, it's either you help the ones attacking me, or...
Delilah, you've taken 15 points of damage.
Ew. Yeah, I would like you to do. You're the ones attacking me.
Yeah, I'm gonna save Delilah. So I'm gonna go and try and vaporize the ones that are going after Delilah.
Okay. You try and start zapping them. They just are incinerated. Like I said before, they're 8 points of health. So you blast through and just destroy tens of thousands. And boom, 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 boom. Millions fall under your blasts. And then you guys all hear screams and from the planet. But Delilah, you finish the spell and reinforce the barrier, cutting off their reinforcements. The two of you team up, quickly wipe out the remainder, and then rush back towards the planet. So the screams have started to die down as you arrive. As
And
you do, the place is on fire. The whole planet is bad. The eastern continent seems to be relatively well off compared to the western continent. The eastern continent, the magicians seem to have defeated many of them, but it has been catastrophic losses, as there were not terribly many magicians. You were teaching everybody personally, I believe, right? They were quite powerful, though. So they
trying to make a pyramid.
Yeah.
But that takes time.
Yeah. So you were trying to get them to teach other people. I will say that they did quite a good job then. And mostly protected the eastern continent. You were keeping a pretty close watch on everybody, though, I think, to make sure you didn't get a lot of chaos magic. The western continent has been devastated. The place is rough. It's just real rough over there, because the numbers of people that have died has been just enormous. The warriors did quite a good job where they were to fight off the ones that made it, but they were not able to keep it intact. So
That's very sad.
Well, Delilah, we'll kind of look to you and maybe a bit cruelly go, well, that's cleaned your slate a bit.
Yeah.
Come on, let's try to fix this up and
What I'm
do
thinking
better.
is, let's bring everybody from the western continent. Let's bring everybody over to the east side and build from a central location. And
all right.
consolidate everything. But that's just my thought.
okay.
So I guess, can I just use my godlike powers and just start moving people?
Well, don't worry about the people. I'm more worried about the demons.
There are about 500 demons still left. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll clean up those.
All right, that should be easy.
Okay, so you guys start cleaning that one up. Meanwhile, Pangea, you guys are working on your planet, and Karnaxa comes to you and he says, "Get ready, protect me," and he has you follow him to the place that you are, where he leads you out into the limits of the solar system, and there you face off against the enemies, but he sends you into a position to kind of guard him.
Okay.
And they rush you, the demons do. And about 100 or so get past, and you just flick your hand and destroy them pretty easily. And then those rocks that he'd been putting out of the elder solar system start to explode, destroying all the demons. All the rest die before they can even get to you. And he's like, "Ha ha ha ha! Good work, Karnaxa."
He like talks to himself in the third person.
Yes. Who else would I talk to? Voice in my head. There's no one else capable of keeping a conversation. Here, Aaron and Daybreak and Delilah. There's your new planet.
No.
But you guys destroyed your whole planet?
No. Check it out. Here's.
No, just bits of our western continent are gone.
Oh, right. This is just like the new. I got you. Okay.
Yeah, here's the political map. There you go. And
Yeah.
he's got the picture up there from before.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the situation, and so everybody's defended against the first incursion. It was quite minor, and we will then we'll go to day 2. So that's day 1. Okay,
Yeah.
day.
And after these events, Delilah kind of goes like, okay, I think I've set my mages on a good path, Daybreak, but I need to focus on these, on the actual barrier here, because that broke really easily, and I should have been able to prevent that.
If you knew it was coming, but does every Sorcerer Supreme know when the barrier is going to break? No, they don't. You have to fix it as it happens. So how can I help you?
I'm better than this.
How can I help you?
Well, protect me when this thing goes down, and I suppose in between that, just make sure that people can protect themselves. They're capable of it. They can. We just have to give them the opportunity.
I think so.
So you are going to reinforce the barrier?
Yes, and she's going to rely on her knowledge of shields, because one of her recent spells is Shield Great.
Okay, so you are going to set up a second barrier kind of within this barrier to protect it, and as that'll take you a couple hours. While you are doing that, you realize that the barrier is designed to fail at about midnight every day.
Yeah, so she kind of clocks that and goes, I see. So she wants to put in another barrier, like just after that.
Okay, so that will take you, to set that all up, I will say it'll take you 6 hours. Meanwhile, Daybreak is out there just kind of defending you, and 6 years pass on your planet. Aaron and Autopsy, what are you guys doing?
Well, while I'm
Go ahead, Josh.
okay, sorry. Once I'm outside the barrier, I see if there are any other protections and notifications that I can set up outside of the barrier, because ultimately I don't want it to break at all.
Nope.
Okay.
You can't
I
really
realize.
use any magic that would be permanent out here.
Okay. Well then I go in and I trace the borders and see what else I can do to protect. I might use bits and pieces of the other planets sort of as protection.
Okay. You want to scavenge the planets like your master did?
Well, I know the universe is going to be assaulted, so yeah.
Okay, you destroy one of the gas giants and repurpose it. But while you're doing that, you realize you could also just create matter. And you think about that while you're doing it, because your power rank is so high for everything, you can just create matter. You think about it, and you think about Autopsy's inability to use shadow powers here. You think you could create a shadow dimension.
Okay. And it would be outside of our dimension.
Yes.
Okay. And I won't design it to fail.
Well,
So
no dimensional boundaries are perfect. They can never be made
Right.
that way.
So I talk with Autopsy and ask him if he feels like he would benefit from having his shadow powers. Autopsy.
Would you benefit from having your shadow powers? He thinks about it and he says, would you be able to ensure that nothing in the shadow dimension leaches into our dimension? Because there's some really nasty stuff in the shadow dimension that we, know. Could you make a shadow dimension that doesn't have any, like, entities in it? Just the raw power?
I could try.
Okay. I mean, it would definitely. It's a power set that I'm comfortable with, and I know it'll give me a greater ability to protect this dimension.
Are you going to do it?
Because I have some cool ideas about what I can do with that, but I would just want to make sure that if it looks like something's coming out of it, that you have the ability to destroy it, in case it were to be a problem.
I assume that it will have its own dimensional entity, such as myself, once I've made it. How strong it'll be will be to be determined.
Do you? Does Aaron feel like that's a comfortable or good idea?
YOLO,
You
Aaron
can-
says.
Autopsy, you can also move between subdimensions if you want to. So you could go to that god realm that, I don't know if Aaron's told you about it, or the hell realm.
Okay, I'm able to travel between those.
Yeah, and the shadow realm if he makes one.
I guess you
I
could
think
become
you
the
could probably do that.
dimensional entity of the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's true. And with Jake, with the ability to control that dimension with my shadow powers, do I have the ability to confer dimensional powers onto other people or take them away from other people?
You don't know. You've never been a shadow dimension entity.
It's true. Yeah.
Alright,
I
should
think
I
you could do it.
Should I do a knowledge roll to see just how bad this might go?
You
Yeah,
have no
that'd be
idea.
good.
You have no idea. There's just no way you could know how this would go. You've never been God before.
Alright, well, Aaron
But
looks at
You do
Autopsy.
feel like it would be possible for you to make Autopsy the shadow dimension entity.
Okay, I feel like I could.
Yes.
Okay. Alright, well, here goes nothing, Aaron says. Autopsy, I hope this doesn't change you.
You and me both, my friend.
I shake his hand, and as I do, I create a dimensional entity.
Okay,
And,
you sit down, and you've started building up defenses around the limits, and you keep Autopsy here, and it takes you 10 hours to create a shadow dimension. Which is 10 years.
Do I have to be here for that, Jake?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at the end of 10 hours, Autopsy, you are gone from that plane of existence. And you are in the shadow dimension. And
And I can travel between the two, right?
no.
Wait, you said that I could.
No, I didn't.
You said that I could hop between the dimensions.
Did I say that? Oh yes, I did. I did say that, but that was
Dimension in the shadow.
yeah, that was before there was a shadow dimension, and before you were the shadow dimension entity.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
You're now a dimensional entity. You're tied to that. Your existence tied to that dimension.
Oh,
Yeah. While you're in the
Yeah,
shadow
you have
dimension,
a little one.
while you're in the shadow dimension, you have a +1 rank to all of your abilities.
all of them, all of them.
Yep.
But I'm not able to leave my dimension.
Nope.
Can he...
Uh-huh.
You can probably still exit the interdimensional space
What,
like I
what you
can.
could do, right, is you could smash into the material plane and invade
Yeah,
it.
I become Dormammu.
You could. You know now that you can give people extra dimensional powers, and you can take those extra dimensional powers away. And as you look down, there's tons of little shadow monsters popping out into this shadow dark world all around you. And they are, you know that you could break through the barriers or have someone summon you through if they were sufficiently powerful enough and a native to the material world. Or
Oh wow! So now on the flip side of it, and it's like super weird to be like one of those guys that we spend a bunch of time fighting against.
Yeah, exactly. or Aaron could destroy the shadow dimension, let you go free, and basically release the whole contents of the shadow dimension into the material world.
Well, doesn't he also just have the ability to completely destroy it entirely and its denizens?
You could, but not really. I mean, you would have to manually do it. That's the thing, right? You're not you're not omnipotent or omniscient.
Right.
You're just infinitely powerful, really.
Yeah.
So,
I gotcha.
And while that is going on, Aaron, you notice a second opposite world, a light dimension appears.
Interesting.
Are Aaron and I able to communicate with each other?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll communicate that I'm not able to leave, which is kind of strange. But I can definitely like hang out here and I have and train an army of shadow creatures to help us. And during the next incursion.
Okay. The shadow dimensions are sort of based upon they look all like Autopsy's shadow duplicates. And they are very obedient and more or less obey your commands. They seem to have limited...
Are they actual like sentience, or are they more like just constructs?
They have limited sentience, is what I was about to say, actually. So
Okay.
they are somewhere between the total free will of a human and something far lesser. So that is your situation, and then after about a year in the shadow dimension, 1 hour, so you guys are 11 hours in, you get you are beseeched by a mage upon the material realm to lend them magical abilities to face off against an extra-dimensional threat.
I'm besieged, like in my shadow dimension.
Yeah, you are summoned as a dimensional entity to empower these wizards that Aaron's training.
Yep, you are like the Vishanti now.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
You are
I come
beacon
and
of
call like a
magical
genie
power.
from a bottle. Who has summoned me?
No, it doesn't work like that. You just kind of give them some power to do what they want.
Yeah, what's the dimensional entity that they're trying to deal with?
You!
Did they summon me to deal with me?
They call upon you as a dimensional entity to face off against some sort of demon. Or actually, it's a light creature that has escaped into this world.
Interesting. What do we know about the light creature? Is it like evil? It cause
Seems
destruction?
to be destructive, if not necessarily evil, though. Just destructive in its nature.
The same way, like, your shadow's not necessarily evil. It just is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I will grant them limited power, not like it's tied to my will, and if they go against my will, I will take it back.
It's not like that. You grant them based on their power, and then you can grant them a certain amount, right? And it's for one spell, really. And you can check it.
Okay.
You can check it, but then you are suddenly hit by another request, and then another request, then another 100 requests, and you end up with thousands and then tens of thousands of requests a day, and it becomes overwhelming.
All right, so we'll put a policy in place that requests have to come through the Archmage. So I make sure that the low little cretin.
So only the Archmage. You only deal with the Sorcerer Supreme, or the Archmage of your world, of the material realm.
The Archmage and those that the Archmage Yeah, for right now.
Okay.
Now, yes. I want to just engage with the Archmage.
Aaron, what are you doing?
Well, I talk with Autopsy and ask him if he's okay with this or if I need to reverse it. And then I start investigating if I can summon him outside of the dimensional boundaries like when he originally defended me.
Yeah.
You can't.
But can I beseech and summon his shadow creatures?
You can't.
Even if I ask him
Outside of the dimensional boundary, right?
Right.
No, nothing. Nothing comes out outside of the dimensional. Outside of your dimension. Outside of your world. Now, if you try it inside your world, you can summon a shadow creature. You can't summon his shadow creatures or him, but you notice that your mages are able to beseech him and his shadow creatures.
We may have to destroy your shadow dimension, or create a new promote someone else to shadow dimensional authority.
Or you could make one.
I could make one. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a bad idea to have me not be able to, be your official defender outside of.
I mean, you could have one of your apprentices summon him when you need him. They could rip a hole in reality and.
The flowchart of the powers here is really weird in my brain.
It's magic, man. Magic's crazy.
See, basically, what's happening, and Aaron, you know this at this point. Basically, you're some sort of dimensional embodiment, right? Right now.
Yeah.
Right, and he was some sort of other dimensional embodiment. You, however, assigned him a specific role. You assigned him shadow dimension entity. Now he is the embodiment of the shadow dimension. He's more powerful there. He's very powerful and dangerous. But dimensional entities can't really summon dimensional entities, right? So you can't affect him or summon him. But the people in the material realm, like in your world, are able to call upon dimensional entities and their beings into the material realm. And that's why entities use mages as a stepping stone, right? They use them as a middle management.
But like an intermediary.
So you've assigned Autopsy this responsibility, put him in this place, in charge of it, and it has trapped him there. But he could be pulled into the material plane, which is your world plane that you've been watching mostly, and he could do stuff there if a mage summons him through. Okay. Now that would cause a cut. It could cause a cut, or depending on how it's done, he could just be summoned into the material world, and that would get him there.
Okay. I investigate my apprentices for an appropriate replacement.
You don't have to give a replacement, right? I mean, you're basically assigning somebody to shadow dimension duty, which would be horrible. So you could just, if you want to, I mean, you're going to have to destroy it. I mean, he's tied to the existence of the dimension. So, if you want Autopsy out.
To untie myself from this dimension?
Nope.
Oh, really?
Nope. You got to make a new one.
Is it reversible?
It's not reversible. You'll have to destroy it in the light dimension. Which you can do. I mean, it's going to cause it's going to cause some overflow, and it'll release a bunch of the berserked entities that have no lord into the material world.
You need to promote one of them. Take your job.
Can you create a dimensional entity in your image? Autopsy.
Yeah, Jake, can I? Am I able to do that?
Yeah, I would say you probably could. You could get overthrown in your own dimension. That happens.
Yeah, well, like a point. Yeah, all right.
Well, wait,
So
no. It would work, but it would just consign you to a lesser role in your own dimension. You wouldn't still be able to leave.
Oh, I'm not able to elevate someone to my position and then step out of it back into.
No, you would just elevate
My
someone to
previous
your
role.
position, and then you would be weaker than them.
No, that's not a good plan.
Well, you wouldn't even necessarily be weaker than them because they can't be stronger than you, really, probably. So
No, but I'm trying to find a way to like get out of.
you got to blow
Get
it
out
up.
of my current.
That's the
role.
only way you guys can figure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what, Josh? What do you think about just riding this out for a little bit? You can summon me if you need to, and then in the meantime,
He cannot summon you.
I can be working with your wizards to develop, and we'll call them the Raven Guard or something. We'll develop an order of protectors for the Earth, who can like that I know I personally work closely with to use their shadow powers for good.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good, and I will bring my... How's my apprentice, Ileana Watterson doing?
It's been 10 years since you last checked in, or probably about 12 years since you last checked in on her. She seems to have stopped aging in her late 20s, early 30s. And she doesn't do anything anymore. She just seems to be sitting there studying, and you can't observe her directly. You can't observe her indirectly anymore or read her mind.
Okay, well, I mean, I go and visit her as a person.
Yeah, she notices you and talks to you. She's kind and amicable and assists you, just talks to you and walks around. She's got like a garden she takes care of. She seems to be extremely powerful, though. Yeah.
You're one of those Turing tests, where you gotta ask questions and make sure that
she's able to? You think she's probably able to shift around about shift 500, which would be about 5 points of damage to you at this point of time.
Holy smokes! So she's stronger than any magician in the Marvel universe.
Yes.
Like by
magnitude.
considerable amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I ask her if I'm able to be candid with her.
She says, yeah, certainly. You're first mage, and that's what they've been calling you ever since you told them there was no god.
I'm tasked with the preservation of this universe in its entirety. Have you spent any time exploring?
She nods.
Obviously, you're
She
very
knows.
powerful.
She says, I understand. I have seen it. I've seen the limits of this world and seen the areas immediately adjacent to it.
Would you be willing to help me protect them when the time comes?
Yes. I will see to it that I'll see to it that I can I'll do what I can. I need to focus on my studies, though.
How many years do you need to prepare? I can give you as many as you need.
I don't know. Maybe 50.
Okay.
The only way you could get that done in a foreseeable amount of time, which would be 2 days, you could wait 2 days, or you could create a time dimension and then let her enter it.
Okay. I create a time dimension. I let her enter it.
Okay, and there is no opposite dimension that appears here.
There's not like an entropy
Nope.
dimension, or
You're getting complicated cosmology. I hope you're keeping notes on this. And you tell her how to enter it. She does. You find out that a year or so later that some of your other mages have learned how to go in and out of the time dimension, but it causes most people to quickly die, as it's the speed is 500 times this world's. So what would be 1 year here is 500 years there. And she stays in for an hour, which would be 500 years. And when you check in on her, she is not there anymore. And you look out at the other dimensions, and there is another dimension that has it's an empty space of a micro solar system with a single planet with a ring around it, and she is like sitting there in like a castle as she like looks out.
Well,
Oh boy.
I ask her if she's still willing to help.
She smiles and nods and says, "I still cannot see the limits of your powers, mister."
She said she can't see the limits of my powers.
Yeah, and you don't know what hers are anymore.
Yeah. I say.
You get the feeling that she's probably at like maybe a remarkable level mage, you would say.
Gotcha. I tell her, well, I can't really see the limits of yours either. You've done what I didn't think could be done.
And she says, "And who is this?" As she raises her hands and looks out towards that Greek god pantheon.
Oh, not the heaven dimension, essentially.
Yep.
I say that's another dimension that orbits the material plane that you originated on.
She nods and says, "I know, but who are they?"
I haven't bothered to get to know them.
Alright. So there we
That is
go.
not part of... I phrase it, that is not part of my responsibility.
I don't think that's going to work well with
She
her.
looks at you like,
And Jake-
isn't everything in here, within this world, your responsibility?
So, is the multi-dimension part of my responsibility, or just the Earth dimension?
You're not sure. I mean, they're all interconnected.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I say you've given me something to ponder. How long until midnight?
11 hours.
Okay. So, yeah,
And Jake,
Yeah, what were you going to say?
I was just gonna say I give her the time that I'll need her, and ask her to meet me at the edge of the material plane.
Okay. She says, "I'm unable to directly enter the material plane any longer.
Well, then we will meet outside of it.
I will need someone to call me there." She's become a dimensional entity like Autopsy. And created her own dimension. So,
I see. Well, that does put her in.
Nope is up to you, Sorcerer Supreme.
I was hoping she would be my Sorcerer Supreme, but she's far beyond that, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so that takes a while. You notice the time moves even faster than you intended there, and it takes you an hour before you are able to leave there. And then, meanwhile, Alex Pangea, what are you up to? Carnax Lily's just laughing, having a great time. He goes down onto the planet and orders drinks, and he's having a party. He's like, "Woo! I feel like I'm 40 years old again."
I guess I'll go join him.
Yes. Why don't
Only
and
I
as
feel
he's talking to
30.
you, he's like looking at you. "Why don't we turn this place into like a new Atlantis? I love what you've done with it, Pangea." As he's learned your name finally after after 24 years. Was there always this giant ice-covered mountain range in the middle? All of these wide open spaces.
No. As a matter of fact, I think the ice caused that.
Oh. Well, I don't really mind. You know what I was thinking? We've kept these things around for so long, and they're really never going to be much more than annoyance. But why don't we just up it up a little bit? You know, what if we start to turn them into some sort of better version of themselves? We could just unleash a swarm of magical energies onto this place and see what these creatures mutate into.
Oh, man.
I have these plans too. You see, if we put some of these stones up shaped like this, we could just mind control the whole lot of them. And send them as like mindless swarms to kamikaze our enemies.
I'm down for releasing the magic and the mind control if we only use it as a protective method.
Okay. Sounds good. That seems pretty reasonable. I'm willing to compromise on this. Okay. So he sends you off to go set up these stones all across the planet. He doesn't want to do it. And yeah, that's the sort of situation you find yourself in. You swarm across the planet, build up the stones, set up everything so that you can unleash these magical energies, and then and mind control the populace. And then he flies up there and he channels like a solar flare from the sun, and then converts it into pure magical energy and shoots the planet with it. And you see like the people there sort of mutate, and he manipulates it, and they become sort of these tall, strong, lean-looking people, powerful and blue-skinned, like Atlanteans, like himself, and they are sort of epic powers, as they are able to quickly destroy. And it leads to like a conflict amongst the people that have an unmutated and the regular people, and the mutated people start to wipe out genocide the unmutated people.
Oh, Jesus.
He says, "Look at them! Now we just have to train them up as a warrior race, like some sort of Asgardian. This is going to be great. Good idea. They might be able to kill off a wave of those demons when they come again. That way, I don't have to do it."
Shit. Shit.
Why don't you just shuffle the planet around a little bit, shake it a little bit? That should get rid of those weak ones.
Oh, Jesus.
He looks at you again, and he's like, "Come on, show some mercy to them. Look at this. This is just sad." As you look, he points at a place, and you see some of them getting stabbed.
Shake it up.
Okay, you shake the whole planet, and another 50% of the population dies.
Like a snow globe?
Yeah. Alright, that leaves what was formally pushing almost 1 billion people. You now have about 5 million people left. And he says, "Now let's just get them all into the middle here where it's convenient for us." And he telepathically communicates to them all. And he says, "Look, you're all going to live in this place. It was that one." So we look at the map. It's the Republic of Rovikia is where he calls for them all to go move to, and he says, "This guy here, he's going to train you up in the ways of being a warrior. I am your god, and he is my protector. So listen to him well and do your duty, or we'll shake the planet some more." All right, we have a Rocky training montage happen. Some of them depart from there, calling you cruel and unstable gods. As you've also killed probably millions of this mutated species that he created. And yeah, the ones that move away kind of find their own place and form a splinter group. Do you want to report that to Carnaxa Lily? Okay. Right, I am sending you. I am sending you the new map. And for those of you that are on different planets and want to know what it looks like, here is a picture, also in props. And you thought Delilah and Daybreak had it rough.
Aww. Wow.
All right. So you start training them up into a warrior society. What any specifics that you want to get into?
Oh yeah. They're all magic types now, right?
No, they seem to be some just sort of mutated superhuman. They have godlike powers, really. Honestly, they like some of them control elements and magic and all sorts of strange abilities. He basically made a race of gods. And while you're trying to categorize them and figure out what they're good at, he comes in and he dumps a bunch of people that he says, "Look, I saved the good ones." And you're like, I don't know what does Pangea have to say to that as he teleports in.
He said what now?
He says, "Look, I saved the good ones." And as he
mean runaways.
No, as he says that, I mean a weird staticky sound. Oh, there it goes. Stop. All right. So, anyways, as he says that, he drops in a bunch of people that look pretty like humans, but like really handsome. They're kind of gold glow. And he says, "Look, there was some sort of godly dimension orbiting ours. I got rid of that, cleaned it up, and captured these ones." And he drops a bunch of them in. These are like the best 12 or so. You just mix them in there. And these ones, and he drops in a demon lord, some sort of like massive like devil looking figure, and a bunch of demons.
Oh, jeez. Well,
I think this is going pretty well, Pangea. You know, I'm glad Aaron recommended you.
I'm just gonna train them all.
Okay. You give like everybody a sword, and you're like, yeah. as you start training them up, shooting rocks at them. Yeah.
Rocks and heat and stars and all kinds of shit.
Yeah. You underneath the second sun and your second moon, you train the devil, God, and a bunch of mutated humans that have become godlike godlings.
Oh, Lord.
All right. Okay, so we will go back. That puts us everybody at hour 14. Daybreak, Delilah. What else do you want to do?
After that whole thing, now that I've got a second stronger barrier going, Delilah's really thinking of doubling down on this Doctor Strange, this like Sorcerer Supreme idea.
Really?
The idea that she can like focus solely on this barrier while she tries to get somebody on a magical level who can protect the realm itself.
Okay.
And would like Daybreak's assistance on this because she's going to be focusing a lot, popping in and out, making sure the barrier's fine.
So are you going to move the people from the destroyed section of the world over to the undestroyed section, or
That's
still?
what we've been working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you moved a lot of them over. The berserkers have died. Most of them have died at this point of old age.
Okay.
Medicine is technology they've kind of lost the ability to use gunpowder at this point. And sailing is kind of devolved back to galleys. By the way, just to put it into perspective, Pangea, your guys' world is basically Bronze Age at this point. You guys, they know how to make swords, and that's it. Really, swords, armor, and basic growing, but they can just magic food into existence and buildings into existence, so it doesn't really matter. It's almost sort of like golden era utopia thing. Autopsy and Aaron, your technology level is basically the same, 17th century. They've explored everything there is to really explore. Population is growing slowly. Nothing outlandish, though. Right?
Okay.
Basically where it was. Alright, so you guys are there. The martial artist community has been devastated. There's basically nobody left that knows your teachings, Daybreak. And the ones that had developed that aura-based superpower that could hurt you and are gone now. And your religion has dominated it, and the planet outside of the mages has turned into a theocratic dominion that worships the sun goddess, and they don't allow major decisions to be made without consulting you as an oracle, and it's gotten pretty bad at some points where they will just not do anything unless they can get an answer from you.
Okay.
Because as the berserkers of the sun goddess, the prophets, as they're called now, told them, you gotta just not do anything that would hurt anybody, and better do what the goddess says if she's gonna come and mess you up.
Well, then this is what the goddess is going to do. She's going to come and start retraining.
Right.
Give them something to start the martial arts group back, but only for the reason of, because it does teach discipline and it does teach a way for them to take care of themselves, and maybe they can build back their.
Yeah, there's the Chaos Magicians have gotten big. There's a pretty big group at this point in time, scattered and hidden all over the planet. They have discovered a way to hide from your guys' vision. Yeah. So they are summoning demons pretty frequently. So, you have there is a secret underground warp, as because even the Chaos Wizards don't break the cardinal rule that you taught them, which is that normal people cannot know that magic is real.
Yeah. So they don't do it, but demons do appear into the world, and people just believe demons are a natural part of the cycles. Yeah. Yeah, you've got a magic shadow world and a theocratic dominion that worships and basically follows the sun goddess in her ways. And that is the mostly on that eastern continent. So yeah, the western continent is all torn up, so it just kind of does what it does over there, and you guys aren't paying much attention to it anymore. Okay, so you're training them up in the hopes of that and you're very careful to make sure that they don't corrupt your training methods this time. Uh, you don't. You're like, this is non-violent. You don't commit. This is just for killing the demons, and you only recruit people who are. And so there's your new planet map, guys. You'll notice it looks basically the same as the old one, except for uh, the. You might want to re-update your labels. Um, Regenerate your labels whenever you do it, and then there we go. There we go. And then here's the picture for everybody to see. It looks, like I said, basically the same, but that diocese is the dominant power in the east now. Okay? And that is the sun goddess worshipping realm. So, yeah. Uh, you are looking for someone to take over as the Sorcerer Supreme. You're going to fire your current Sorcerer Supreme? Is that right, Delilah? Autopsy, can you, Jordan, can you mute your mic? Yeah, I'm hearing you put up your dishes. So Daybreak, you're a training martial artist that begins. You're looking specifically for people who want to be demon hunters. This is some sort of Witcher thing going on now. And Autopsy or Delilah, you are um, looking for a new Sorcerer Supreme, correct? don't think anybody's strong enough. And you start to search for people with magical potential, and you find a number of, as you really begin to search everybody, you find a number of really powerful mages. Um, but no one is of particularly untapped potential. Like you find some people that could be okay. So like your guys are class 6,000, right? 5,000 basically in most of your abilities. You find some people that could have the potential to be maybe unearthly level mages. You know what I mean? So, and that was with a lot of footwork, and that takes you. We'll take that. Say it takes you 3 years. So you're at hour 17. Yeah, it's not growing quickly enough. Is your assessment? You train it up. You find there's a number of pretty powerful people. You think that they could probably keep the status quo the same, or only lose a small percentage of the population if you were attacked by another 2,000 demons got through here, for example. But it's not enough, right? Because you know that was day one. It was the easiest of the challenges to come, and it's just not growing fast enough. You've gotten a number of very powerful people, but it's just you need maybe to really protect this place. You probably need at least 1,000,000 mages, and you're looking at like maybe 10,000 at this point. Daybreak, your witch hunting group is normal humans. They go after the first demon that you find. Everyone dies. Yeah, the whole group that got sent out to do it, uh, they died. It was super weak. You looked at it cross-eyed and it died. It's just you're so much more powerful than them, and they're normal martial artists. I mean, they were really talented and gifted. They just don't have the ability to do it with martial arts alone. Okay. Do you want do you want them Delilah, do you want them to work together? Do you want her to introduce a warrior cult group to back you up? They're everybody's kind of a cult. The whole country is a cult to you. Okay, so you bring them in and you start training them, and then, but thanks to the magical artifacts the mages produce, you are able to start to get a lot of progression. On Daybreak, while you're doing this, you realize that you have such great magical powers with your light. You think you could create light based artifacts. Yeah, I mean, you have class 5,000 plus light power. It'll take 1 year per item. Above. So yeah, you start doing that, and you do it. It works well. I mean, they go out and they slay the demon. The one of them by itself. Between the magical artifacts the mages are able to create, and then the power given by yours. However, a misfire from the bow wipes out an island. Um, and you also notice that your abilities are slightly weaker. You've lost 1 point of light manipulation power per artifact you've created. So what's your light manipulation rate? So you're at 47. Amazing. Actually, oh yeah. You start to observe, and you at this point in time you realize as you try to manipulate the forces of the universe, there are other forces outside the universe, and that you realize there are sub dimensions orbiting your main dimension. And in that you have a group of Asgardian themed gods in one dimension, and a big red and a red demon lord in the bottom one, like Satanish. And while you are also one, there is another dimension here too, that you notice. There is a very large, very vast, um, gaping hole in this, like a dimension where there is nothingness, and there is some sort of eldritch monstrosities in that dimension. Yes. And as you scan it, you realize they're very powerful. They're not. They could potentially be a threat to you in Daybreak. Hmm. Make a psyche roll. Okay. You start to do it, and you try. You realize you can coalesce forces, but they can't hold their shape. And as you try to manipulate the universal energies of this world, it fails to amount to much of anything. But you can move the energies of the world. You know that. So you could do something with them. You're just not working as an enigma force, or this sort of sentient embodiment of energy that is dedicated to protecting something. Um, and that is what takes the rest of your time. And then Autopsy and Aaron, what are you guys doing for your last 10 hours? No. Ileana. Yes, you do that. You teach a mage the particular summoning magics, but you are while you're doing that, you notice the chaos magic users have gotten quite prominent, and one your archmage comes to you and he says, "Sir, I think we should take over this world, and we can better protect it that way." I think if we are in control of everything, yes. Not myself alone, but with all of your disciples, I think so, First Mage. I just, you've always said there is no God in this world, but I think that you are quite powerful, and if you wish that we do not do it, I don't think it could be a success. We only hope to fulfill your teachings and protect the people of this world. Okay. You notice that the chaos magicians that were much easier to track have found a way to elude your vision. So yeah, yeah, your guys are constant demon alert. So they go about and they begin threatening and assassinating world leaders as they force each country to fall to the mageocracy. While you're doing that, you train up someone to become the new disciples, these master wizards that can uh, uh, summon autopsy and everybody else. And okay, yes, it takes a very long time actually to get these people ready. And you realize that that was probably a good call because um, they they're not going to they're taking a very long time to progress to the point of being able to summon these people, and that takes you the whole rest of the period. And I guess autopsy, what are you doing? Just chilling in the shadow dimension? So, when you tell them that, you start to convert. You are reported that some of uh, Aaron, that some of the mages have decided to change their allegiance um, to the Raven Man, as they call him, and they have not. So there is a split amongst the Order mages now. Yeah, yeah. There's a split though over the means of doing that, right? And that it's causing conflict. The two forces are now protecting their own individual countries, and this is here's the world map now for you guys. It's the first time your world map has been updated, so there we go. And here's the picture. Here's the picture for the rest of you. The green is the Magocracy. Are in the other places. Yep. They can't really be trained. They can't really be trained. So, but they inherit whatever knowledge you want them to. Yeah. So your world is now divided into four countries: the Argazian theocracy, the Frucinia, the Ticarasia, and the Metaher. And the three small countries are the Raven Guards, and the one big country is the Magocracy. The Magocracy sees a sort of military style dictatorship come in place, and it becomes uh, you, focused. And there's a bit of an aura of paranoia. Anybody associated with chaos magic, it can be reported at any time. But it's usually sorted out because the mages in charge are, for the most part, good people, and they mind read. They mind read people, and they just solve the problem. Right? They know what people thinking. They know their feelings. They're always watching. Um, yeah, you do, and then you go to jail because you lied. Yeah, or you get uh, uh, and the jails are just like for Sigura Figueria. They are these stone cells at the bottom of an underground utility place. They're just lined up in there, and then you stay in there till you die. Yeah, but autopsy just kind of came around and was like, "Hey," and then all he did was save people, and it didn't really work out so great. But there is a but Aaron, the number of incursions in these last 10 years, 9 years has dropped from about about 200 a year to about five, and most of them are outside of the theocracy. Meanwhile, outside the theocracy, there is sort of a boom in um, population and technological prowess, and an uh, anti-mage sentiment, while the Raven Guard operate as these underground resistance fighters who sabotage places in the theocracy and protect the leaders from the shadows. Uh, oh, and related to that, the number of mages is skyrocketing. So, yeah. There's a low level, constant political intrigue and fight conflict between the two of them. Assassination of major mages by the Raven Guard, Raven Guard's guild, invasion, small minor invasions, but it never breaks out into full scale conflict. So, but each side also, you notice they seem to be gaining in power. I think as they try to prepare to face off against each other. Yep. Okay, Pangea, Carnaxa. You guys are in there. There's the Rocky fight song music going on. And as you've got them all there, like sweating, as you like making them run up, and then they're over there like lifting, like you've like slopped off, chunked off a side of like a mountain, and you're like pushing it down on top of them, and they're like bench pressing mountain sections. Yeah, yeah. Rising, Eye of the Tiger. You've taught some people the Eye of the Tiger song. There we go. We'll play Survivor for you. I don't know if you. There you go. So, while this is going on, they're like, shadow boxing, running, and just in constant training. And Karnaxa comes to you and he's like, "We need to test these guys out." Oh, sorry, I talked like a normal person. Oh, Pangea, I think we need to test these guys out. I think it's about time to put them through their paces. What if I drop a meteor on the planet? Too much? You don't think they can handle it? All right, he goes up there and he grabs a meteor out of the sky and lobs it underhanded at the planet. And then he telepathically talks to you. So if this fails, I mean, I've cleared out anybody that could turn on us, cut down on all the extra dimensions, and I've seeded a bunch of other dimensions and are transferring their energy into a focal point in our sun. Could, if I have to, I could just blow up the sun and do a ton of damage. I know, but hey, last resort, and you hear an audible wink in your mind. Yep. I'm going to I'm going to stop after we do Carnaxa and Pangea, and then we will have a we'll have a foreshadowing last for to next time. Some stuff like that. Next incursion. Yeah, it looks like it. I think we're moving along a lot faster now after we did day one, so I think we could probably get through the remaining 5 days in the next one, hopefully. Because I think you guys have kind of established your societies pretty well at this point, right? Uh, Nobody's progressing technologically very much. uh, okay, so Carnaxa lobs the meteor at the planet. And what do you have to say, Pangea, as you look up into the sky and you see the meteor plummeting towards the planet? They look at you like, oh, no, what did we do? We've been training so hard. Lord God, Pangea, please have mercy on us, oh merciful one. What is the test? Says one of them. They can't see the meteor. They look up into the sky and they see nothing. And then about 2 days pass, and then the meteor comes. Not for you. So after that, they spring into action and work together as a team. And you know what, Alan, Pangea, make a roll. Let's see, 33 or better, they save the day. Roll D100. I can roll it. Slash roll message 1D100. Oh, maybe you want to roll it. Hmm. Well, roll a dice on the internet and then send us a screenshot. Just open up the browser and press slash roll D100 or roll D100 or something like that. Okay, nice. So they jump out, they fly, and they can breathe in outer space. The demon lord leads the charge with the former head god right next to him as they crash forward into this massive meteorite. He threw one of the like the smaller planets on the outer reaches of the solar system at this place. Um, and they crash into it. They split it in half, and then the debris come flying down, and you see like bolts of fire, lightning, and all sorts of arrays of energy blasts, cuts, punches, super speed movements, and cuts with their blade. They've learned to forge the magical you used your earth control powers under Karnax's guidance to create some like adamantine material, a natural forming adamantium almost, and they have been using that to create weapons. And they destroy the meteorite swarm and save the planet and all of the non-combatants. Yeah. So at that, Karnak's like, yeah, and he's like, oh, well done, Pangea. He says to your mind, and he uses his magic to just create a big cake in the middle of the capital city and says, look, you stopped the meteorite. Everyone's like exhausted. Many of them have been hit by chunks of meteorite and they're in like hospitalized. Um, and they look at the cake like, well, really? This is what we get. So, uh, what do you want to do, Benji? You've got that took only a little while. Is there anything else you want to do to get these guys ready for the next one? All right. They're way past that already. They just destroyed a miniature planet and flew into space. Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about them, so you decide to spar um, with one of them, and they hit you, and it does one whole point of damage. Yeah. So, but you that is the average of every living person left on your planet. Um, the average capability. So in terms of like your scale 5,000, right? Your class 5,000 in most everything. Anything that would be amazing or higher, your class 5,000 in. So they are at unearthly. Their default stats are basically unearthly. Yeah. Yeah, and Pangea, however, is not satisfied with this result, and as they've only been able to do one point of damage to him, he's like, "Back to training," and the Eye of the Tiger starts playing again. He had Carnaxa Lily make him he had him make you uh, like a little generator that has energy, produces electricity, and uh, uh, a video cassette player that plays Eye of the Tiger on repeat. Okay. Is there anything else you want to do to get ready? Okay. So this, you were called up into space, and as you do so, he says, "Call forth all of the warriors. We're going to need them." And Pangea, you and Karnax are floating out there in front of all of your warriors. You guys grow back to your normal size and they look up at you, and there's like community gasps as you are now incalculably large, far larger than the solar system themselves as you blend into the very existence of space. Um, and they're all flying out there at the edge of the solar system with you. As he says, "These are beings from beyond space and time." And as that happens, you see like a long tendril reach through and slither its way through the outer reaches of your of your dimension. And at the same time, Aaron, you have the same realization as your alarms go off, and you look out, and there is a massive creature with its many eyes and its tendrils all wrapping around the very outside of your dimension. Um, Delilah, you feel sudden pressure as you're training up your mages, as they are pressed, as your barrier is pressed against by one of these massive eldritch horrors. Um, And that is where, and you look to check your own Eldritch Horror dimension, and they are still within it. So that is where we'll end. Yeah, that is where we'll end for right now. As we well, actually, as we go to that end, out from the creature's body, there's like these little pustules that bust and swarm out hundreds of miniature ones. Yes. Yep. You basically got it. I will send you a picture. Whatever it looks like. It looks somewhat similar to many of you. Um, Here we go. Copy image. Looks kind of like this. All right. So as that thing wraps around your whole dimension, you feel pressure against your barriers and they start to crack as you feel as though it is able to generate a considerable amount of force. And that is where we will end for the day. Everybody, you can't spend your karma and put it to, you can't move your karma to karma bank, but for everything, I will say, Aaron and Autopsy, you guys did a good job trying to be good rulers and uh, good keep to your your moral system. Yeah, so I will give you 100. And Delilah, good job on your part. 100. Daybreak, you murdered a couple people. So I'm gonna give you 50. Okay. And Bangia, you get 50 for all of the guys that you died, that you killed when you shifted the tectonic plates. And you know what? I'll give each one of you guys 50 more just because for showing up and everything today. So add 50 more to that. 50. So if you got 50, you got 100. If you got 100, you got 150.